Brenda hadn't changed at all. She only looked more mature now, which made her even more charming and alluring. Dressed in a short red formal dress, her hips twisted from side to side when she walked, forming a sensual and alluring sight. From the moment she entered, she attracted everyone's gaze. Her lips curled into a smile, but when her gaze flitted past Solo, she avoided his eyes. Then she went up to Nora and smiled. "Happy 18th birthday, Nora." Nora pursed her lips, but then she smiled. "Very funny, Brenda." She glanced at Solo quietly and then yawned. "But thank you. Now Justin is looking for me. You guys go ahead and chat." Then Nora turned and left. Brenda hurriedly followed after her. "Hey, Nora, it's been more than 2 months since we last met. Don't you miss me?" "Nope, but someone else does," teased Nora. As soon as she said that, Solo came up to Brenda's side. He looked at her innocently and whined, "Brenny, I miss you so much. Where were you the last 2 months?" Brenda rolled her eyes. "You're so... We've already broken up. Why are you still saying such mushy things?" "I didn't agree to it." "That doesn't matter. We're still broken up. If you pester me anymore, you'll become a huge nuisance." After speaking, Brenda's gaze swept across everyone in the room. Then she sighed. "I thought there would be at least a few hotties at your birthday party, Nora, but they're all people I know. It's not going to be easy for me to hit on them." Nora hesitated for a moment. Her gaze also swept across the people in the room, eventually stopping when she spotted Morris Ford. She suggested, "I think Captain Ford is still single." Brenda's eyes lit up. "Captain Ford is strong and muscular. He's much better than a certain somebody's tiny, weak physique. What a pity that I still haven't had a taste of it." After so many years of friendship, Nora now understood Brenda very well. The woman just liked mouthing off. She said awful things sometimes, but she didn't have the guts to act on her words at all. She didn't pay any more attention to the two of them, but walked off instead. A well-behaved Philip Coleman was currently following after Iris at the back. Both of them had gotten on in years, and Philip had finally become much more at peace. As he followed after Iris, he stammered, Iris, it's my birthday next month. Can you come for the celebration?" Iris was gentle but firm as she answered, "It's too far. I'm not going." But I'm hosting the birthday party right here in New York." Philip sighed and said, "I know I went overboard in the past, and I've really reflected on my mistakes. Besides, I don't have a successor to my Imperial League account yet. How about... look at how outstanding Cherry, Pete, and Xander are. It doesn't make sense if they don't have accounts in there, right?" Iris narrowed her eyes at him. The man might have claimed that he had changed, but he could never resist attempting to bribe people with benefits. She was about to reply when a voice reached them. "It's fine. They already have accounts, thanks." Given that Justin was king, the boss of the Imperial League, how could his 3 children possibly not have accounts in there? Joel's account had been passed on to the Smiths. Nora's cat account would be Cherry's in the future. Xander was already slated to be the next king, so the only one left without an account was Pete. However, they could just add him to the group later. To join the Imperial League, one must obtain recommendations from 3 members, but King could also directly add them to the group too. No matter which method it was, there wouldn't be a problem. Philip was at a loss for words, and he couldn't help but glance at Nora. He heaved a quiet sigh and asked, "Will you come to my birthday party next month?" Iris pursed her lips. "Please, Philip, leave me be." Philip lowered his head and sighed. "I don't have children, and I have already aged. I'm already in my 50s this year, and my nephews have started to eye my position. I don't have anyone who truly cares for me by my side anymore." Iris cut him off. "You have a ton of girls willing to bear your children even at your age, don't you?" Philip paused. Iris continued seriously. "Once you age, you'll find that it really is very lonely if you don't have children. I already have grandchildren of my own, so I really am very content with my life now. But what about you? At my age, I can't give children anymore. You should look for a young woman instead." To be honest, this was also part of the reason she had been rejecting Philip's requests to reconcile all these years. Philip's expression darkened. "Those women are only interested in my money. Is there any point in a life like that? I'd rather die old and alone than have a wife and kids like that." At the bottom of it all, the man was still the same as before. Iris looked at him. "Why do you insist on doing that to yourself?" Philip looked back at her. "Then what about you? You have been living your entire life for your mother, your son, and now your grandchildren. When are you ever going to live for yourself? We are already approaching our 60s, Iris. Ask yourself this. Do you really not love me at all?" Iris fell silent. Seeing her reaction, Nora knew at once that Iris still had feelings for Philip. It was just that everything that had happened in the past had broken down her passion. She took a couple of steps back, thinking to herself that there was still a possibility of reconciliation between the two. But when she turned her head, she saw two unfamiliar faces staring at her. Puzzled, Nora raised her brows. However, when she saw the cameras in their hands, she suddenly realized that they were reporters. After keeping quiet for half a day, the reporters had reached their limit. In their opinion, Mrs. Hunt had to be the most easygoing person in the room. After all, among all the big bosses in there, she was the most down-to-earth. They turned to her and asked, "Mrs. Hunt, these people, why are they so polite to you?" Nora narrowed her eyes. "Is it that hard to believe?" Nora raised her brows, but before she could answer, Lisa walked over. The woman, who was full of smiles, was completely engrossed in her life as a surgeon these days. With her life happy and worry-free, she didn't notice the two reporters at all. She said sincerely, "Happy birthday, Nora." Nora didn't pay any more attention to the two reporters. When she noticed the reporters, she understood something. Obviously, showing off his daughter wasn't enough for Justin, so he was also showing off his wife now. The corners of her lips spasmed a little as she nodded at Lisa. "I heard you performed neurosurgery last week. Was the patient—" She began to ask questions related to the professional side of the operation. Lisa listened seriously. Toward the end, enlightenment dawned upon her and she exclaimed, "So that's how it is. Nora, if I had discussed this with you beforehand, those post-surgery problems wouldn't have happened. I shouldn't have skipped discussing this with you when you were my mentor." But Nora shook her head. "If you discuss every operation with me beforehand, how are you going to learn and gain experience? Besides, your operations are already perfect as they are now." There was no lack of patients in the country, so this was a good opportunity for Lisa to practice her skills and improve. Although this wasn't very fair to the patients in her care before she fully matured as a surgeon, that was how reality worked. If Nora interfered with everything Lisa did, the young woman would never be able to stand on her own. Besides, should she really meet with a crisis of life and death, Nora would help her for sure. Lisa was already the top neurosurgeon in the country. She would eventually become a doctor whose skills were on par with Athena's. After the discussion, Solo returned and started to pester Nora. Lisa stepped back. The reporters took the opportunity to step forward at this point. They looked at Lisa and asked, "Dr. Black, why did you refer to Mrs. Hunt as your mentor? Isn't your mentor Dr. Athena?" Upon hearing the question, Lisa looked at the reporters. Only then did she notice the gadgets they were holding. When she thought of the joke going around the internet recently, she smiled and replied, "Didn't you just answer the question yourself?" The reporters cocked their head in confusion. As they watched Lisa leave, the pair exchanged a look with each other, both their brains malfunctioning for a split second. Then a realization hit one of them. "Is Mrs. Hunt Dr. Athena?" The other replied, "I remember now. Athena had come to the States back then. Let me check the news from 10 years ago." With that, the reporter started to look up news from 10 years ago. Cameras were already highly advanced then, so when he saw news reports from that period, as expected, Mrs. Hunt was Dr. Athena. The pair looked off to where Quentin Smith and Lily were standing together. Even though Quentin had suffered devastating injuries back then, he had regained the ability to stand now. As Nora's assistant, Lily was an excellent surgeon. She was good-looking and knew exactly how to handle Quentin. When Quentin and Lily noticed the reporters looking at them, they leaned closer to each other and posed with victory signs at them, seemingly hoping the reporters would snap a picture for them. After posing for a while, Quentin refused to do it anymore. He complained, all right, that's enough. You look so silly doing this." Lily retorted, "No matter how silly I look, I'm not going to look sillier than you. Who's the one who claimed that he was going to protect his cousin, but ended up being protected by her in the end?" Being reminded of how he had acted when he was a teenager, Quentin turned as red as a tomato. "Oh, don't say any more." But Lily stepped forward and pinched his cheek. "How rare, you're actually blushing. You don't even blush when we do it at night anymore. It's a good thing that Boss saved you and helped you regain the use of your legs. Otherwise, how boring would it be if I'm always the one on top?" Lily really hasn't changed at all, Quentin thought to himself. He coughed. "All right, it's your boss's birthday today, so quit the dirty jokes already. Go and give her your well wishes." "Fine." The reporters standing in the distance were flabbergasted, but they quickly understood what was going on. "I see, that's how it is. Mrs. Hunt is Dr. Athena, that's why she's so popular. Think about it. People can fall sick any time. That's why people maintain a good relationship with her." It was just that, although these people were all so friendly and polite to Lisa, why did they seem to be more respectful towards Mrs. Hunt? As they were utterly perplexed, they heard the conversation between Solo, the world-famous hacker, and Nora. "I'm thinking of hacking into Brenny's computer to search for clues and see what exactly she's thinking. Can you disable your firewall?" "No, I can't." A grumpy look appeared on Solo's face. Nora looked at him. "You two should talk it out face to face if there's a problem. It's exactly because you didn't have any moral boundaries in the past and did whatever was asked of you, as long as you were paid for your services, that barbarians successfully made use of you to hurt her. Do you want that to happen again?" Her words made Solo hang his head, and he heaved a quiet sigh. It was true that he acted with barely any moral boundaries in the past. Short of taking someone else's life, he had pretty much been willing to do just about anything. He couldn't even realize when someone was using him. Now that he was officially employed, he faced restrictions in everything he did. At first he had been unhappy about that, but Nora's words made him realize something. People shouldn't be allowed to do as they please all the time. Sometimes, restrictions are also a form of protection. He nodded. "All right." After Nora left, Solo got ready to approach Brenda again. But when he turned around, he spotted the two reporters standing next to him. They looked at him hopefully and asked, "Mr. Solo, you are a computer expert and a champion of a hacker competition yourself. So why are you still begging Mrs. Hunt for help?" Solo raised his brows. "Don't you guys know who she is? Try looking up the news from 10 years ago." News from 10 years ago again? The reporters traveling here and there for news scoops these days were no longer the same ones from 10 years ago. It was perfectly understandable that they wouldn't know of incidents that happened a decade ago. When the reporters heard Solo, they buried their heads into their phones to search for news from a decade ago. And the moment they did, guess what they found? Mrs. Hunt was actually Q. Even though numerous experts had emerged in the world of hackers in the last few years, Q and Y's positions had remained rock solid. The reporters swallowed hard. They turned and looked at Nora in unison, finding the whole thing more and more unbelievable. How did this happen? How could this be? As they looked at each other, they noticed Logan approaching Nora. He said, "A race is coming up in a few days. They would like to invite you to join the panel of judges. Are you interested?" "Nah." Nora yawned and added, "I'd rather sleep." Logan pressed his lips together. Although he was unhappy, he nevertheless uttered an, "Oh." The reporters feigned nonchalance and slowly crept closer, where they heard Logan grumble, "A lot of people want to meet you, Yancey, and many of them are your fans, but I guess they just aren't lucky enough to get the chance, unlike me who's lucked out because we're cousins." The reporters couldn't believe all that they were learning. Were their ears playing tricks on them? Never mind that Mrs. Hunt was not only Athena, but also Q. Was she Yancey too? Didn't she have too many hidden identities? Could she get any more amazing? And it didn't end there. The reporters even saw the most influential bigwig of the alternative medicine circle coming over and addressing her as his mentor. Did that mean that she was the mysterious disciple of Dr. Zabes? When they observed Carl and the others, they noticed that they also treated her exceptionally respectfully. The reporters were dumbfounded. The social status of Carl and the other guests, such as the Queen and so on, meant that information on them was already beyond the limits of what reporters could access. No matter how respectful they were to Mrs. Hunt, the reporters would never ever understand why. Things had gone completely beyond their wildest imagination. There was no way Mrs. Hunt could possibly be a spy or a special agent, right? The pair, who were utterly dumbfounded, shook in their boots as they hid in a corner. They felt like any of the big bosses in front of them could easily crush them with a mere finger. Just as they were feeling lost and frightened, Justin suddenly appeared in front of them. The reporters swallowed. With his hands in his pockets, Justin glanced at them and asked leisurely, "Didn't you want to interview me?" One of the reporters was silly enough to ask, "Mr. Hunt, when did we request to interview you?" Justin was someone high up in the air and usually remained low-key. The only times he ever behaved flamboyantly were when he showed off his daughter. He rarely ever accepted interview requests from reporters. However, the other reporter suddenly realized something and quickly said, Yes, we wanted to interview you." "Yeah, then let's get on with it." Justin adjusted his tie and cleared his throat lightly. The reporters didn't know where to start. They couldn't help but be lost for words. It wasn't like they had prepared a script. The more quick-witted reporter of the two asked sheepishly, Mr. Hunt, what..." Was the topic of our interview again? Justin glanced at him and replied, "It's my wife's birthday today. Didn't you want to know about my relationship with her?" Yes, that's right. What are your comments on that, Mr. Hunt?" Justin's gaze shifted to the center of the venue, where his wife was surrounded by the big bosses of various industries. As he watched her shuffle among the guests lazily like a big boss, the corners of his lips curled into a smile, and he said, "I'm lucky to have her as my wife, because otherwise, she would have been out of my league." The reporters were touched by his statement. Amid the reporters' astonishment, the birthday party finally came to an end. When the dumbfounded pair exited the party, a group of reporters outside immediately came forward and surrounded them. It was Mrs. Hunt's birthday party that day, so it went without saying that all of them would be there. When they saw the pair, they were all terribly envious. Someone asked, "Did you manage to take any pictures?" "Yeah, those big bosses only came because of Mr. Hunt, right?" Someone even made a reference to the joke trending online and asked, "Did you guys manage to find out anything? Why didn't Mrs. Hunt study properly?" The reporters wanted to know, but the reporters who went inside didn't have an answer. The corners of their lips spasmed. At the sight of their reaction, the other reporters immediately asked, "Come on, what on earth happened inside? I heard that Mrs. Hunt didn't even graduate from elementary school. Did you guys manage to interview her?" "No, we didn't," the two reporters answered sheepishly. The other reporters were filled with disdain. Mrs. Hunt is probably the most easygoing one in the party today because the rest are all big bosses. Yet you didn't even manage to interview her. Did you manage to interview anyone?" "We interviewed Mr. Hunt," the two reporters answered. A huge buzz went through the other reporters. "What? Mr. Hunt agreed to be interviewed? How can that be? Don't you know that Mr. Hunt is the hardest person to get an interview with? Besides, most of the guests today only came out because of Mr. Hunt, which goes to show just how impressive of a man he is. Why would he accept an interview request from you two?" Someone even directly offered the two reporters cigarettes and asked ingratiatingly, "Bro, did Mr. Hunt say anything? Can you tell us some of it? Come on, it won't hurt to share a little, right?" The reporters didn't want to reveal anything to the others. One of them scratched his head and said, Actually, we are allowed to share the contents of the interview." Justin had tasked them with it. He wanted them all to clarify the rumors for his wife, even if he was just blatantly showing off his wife throughout the whole interview, despite using the word clarify. As for the two reporters, they had been utterly stunned after learning about Nora's true identities. They coughed and then said, "Let's find somewhere and have an in-depth talk about this." Though the party didn't last long, the guests had specially made their way over from various corners of the earth, so they didn't leave that early. Fortunately, the Hunt's manor was more than spacious enough to house them. Cheryl and Mia were playing with the latter's younger brother, who Tanya and Joel had later conceived. The 5-year-old boy was especially lively and adorable. He loved sticking to Cheryl. He stared at her with rapture in his eyes and said, "You're so pretty, Cherry. Can you marry me when I grow up?" "Sure," replied Cheryl. Her reply made the little guy jump up and down in delight. He looked around and asked, "Where's Pete?" It wasn't a milestone birthday for Nora today, so it wasn't a particularly formal celebration party. As Pete was doing research work overseas, he didn't specially return for the party. Peter had been away for a very long while. Cheryl pouted and replied, "I don't know. He seems very busy, though. I think his research is in a very crucial phase right now, so he doesn't even contact us now." Cheryl glanced at Mia carefully after she spoke. Though the latter didn't show any particular reaction, Cheryl noticed that there was ultimately still some disappointment in her eyes. Cheryl asked. He didn't even come back from my competition a while back. My club is already the champion in the country, so we'll be going overseas to compete next month. The competition happens to be in the same city that Pete is currently living in, so I'll visit him then. I'll tell him to call you, Mia. Mia missed her cousin, but she felt awkward that they hadn't talked in a year. No, you don't have to. The girl was soft-spoken. Her face was small with a pointed chin, a classic beauty. She said, I suddenly recall that I still have some assignments to complete. I'll get going now. Mia got up. After notifying Tanya and Joel, she left immediately. Cheryl was a little stunned to see her like this. It seemed like Mia's eyes had reddened just now. However, ever since they grew up, the relationship between Pete and Mia had become rather strange. She heaved a quiet sigh. When she suddenly noticed that Joel and Ian had gone to the balcony, she followed after them. However, the moment she was near, she heard Joel say, "Dad, I'm thinking of giving half of the Smith Corporation shares to Nora." Ian was taken aback. "Why?" He frowned and asked, "Did your parents approach you again?" Joel kept quiet for a moment before he finally replied, "They want Warren to inherit the family business." Fools. Ian cursed furiously. Then he sighed and said, "No matter what, you will always be a Smith in my eyes, Joel." However, Joel hesitated for a moment and then said, "But I'm ultimately just an adopted child." "Huh," Ian sneered and said, "So what, even if you're adopted? Does that make you any worse than a child with blood ties to the family? It's not always blood ties that make a family a family. When they couldn't conceive and secretly adopted you back then, they told everyone that you were their biological son. Yet when they finally managed to conceive their own child, they abandoned you. You don't need parents like them." Joel clenched his jaw. Childhood memories flooded his mind. As the eldest child of the Smiths, the family had high hopes for him since he was little, but he could never understand why his parents treated his younger brother so well, but were always so callous toward him. He even wished for his death sometimes. It wasn't until he heard the real reason one day that he finally understood. He was adopted. In the fight with Ian over the inheritance of family assets, children were a bargaining chip. His father had never once told outsiders about it. It could be said that there were no more than 5 people who were aware of the truth. Even his cousins and siblings among the Smiths were not aware of it. Back then, when Ian wanted to adopt a child from among his siblings' families, he had selected him. Joel's parents had gotten into a huge row with Ian because of this. It was also during that incident that Joel learned the truth. On the way back to the Smiths, Mia held her cell phone in the car, unable to make up her mind for the longest time. She missed Pete very much, but she felt like he was so much more mature than her now. She thought he didn't care about his young cousin anymore. She had been studying very hard in hopes of enrolling at Harvard, so that she could visit the school that Pete had studied in and go abroad after that. From Cheryl's perspective, it seemed that Mia and Pete had fallen out, but that really wasn't the case. She heaved a quiet sigh and put down her cell phone in the end. Mia soon arrived back home. She entered her study unhappily, opened up her practice papers, and began to go through them. Mia began to study seriously. After studying for a long while, Mia gradually started to nod off. She fell asleep at her desk. However, it was at the moment she fell asleep that her cell phone suddenly beeped. On the display, the notification showed that she had received a text message. The sender was Pete. Back at the Hunts, as it got late, people who were supposed to leave left, and people who were supposed to rest went to rest for the night. Nora sat in the living room and looked at Queenie. Her aunt had also stayed single the last few years, but she remembered that she had once told her that she had a crush on someone. Nora, who thought that she had been talking about Ian, said to Queenie, "Since you've returned to the States, why not continue staying here, Aunt Queenie?" She didn't mind Ian and Queenie becoming a couple if it meant that it would lessen the pain for both of them. However, Queenie raised her brows and replied, "Nah." "Why?" Nora walked up to her. For the first time ever, the lazy woman took the initiative to be a matchmaker. She said, "Dad has been alone all these years too. If you want, I can help you to woo him." Queenie was taken aback. "Why would I woo your dad?" Nora asked hesitantly, "Aren't you in love with him?" Queenie was confused. She stared at Nora in a daze. "When did I ever say that I'm in love with him?" she exclaimed. "You told me last time that you have had a crush on someone for many, many years." Queenie burst into laughter. "Even so, that person is not your dad." "Then who is it?" Nora asked curiously. Queenie's cheeks suddenly turned red. She sighed and replied, "My feelings are considered taboo in this society, so I've never told anyone about it before. Besides, the person I'm in love with is already dead." Dead? Nora had been completely wrong. Ian had been friendly to Queenie, and in return, Queenie had also treated Ian well and even shown a lot of concern for his health. Nora had ended up misunderstanding. Queenie, who seemed to notice her puzzlement, smiled and explained, "Mr. Smith and I are friends because the people we cared about us." People we cared about was referring to Yvette. Cared about us was referring to Ian and Queenie. Nora looked at her with a puzzled look. Queenie looked away. In this instant, Nora suddenly understood who Queenie was in love with. She retracted her gaze and said with a smile, "Aunt Queenie, I, like Mum, also hope that you can live for yourself." "Yeah," Queenie nodded. Queenie noticed an unfamiliar-looking man on the balcony nearby. After a pause, she asked, "Is that Truman?" "Yeah." Nora kept nothing from Queenie. After the cosmetic surgery, Truman now looked completely different from how he did back then. He was currently pestering Justin and trying to convince him to agree to a business deal. He said, "This is my first time doing business. What's the big deal about working with me this once?" Justin was about to reply when Truman grumbled, "You're my younger brother, you know. And one related by blood, no less." Despite 10 years going by, Justin had never once told Truman the truth, in case the latter used his position as his uncle to take advantage of him. Nora, who was aware of Justin's devious thoughts, broke into a smile. While the few of them were chatting, they suddenly heard a hasty knocking on the door. When the butler opened the door, Tanya and Joel hurriedly entered with Mia, who said, "Pete's in trouble." The look in Nora's eyes turned serious at once. "What?" Mia said, I received a text message from Pete earlier this evening. In the message, he asked me how I'm doing and said that he misses the pot roast I make. But this is our secret code." Her eyes went wide with fear and shock, and she was shaking all over. "This sentence means that he has been abducted." He had been abducted. Nora narrowed her eyes and looked at Justin immediately. Both of them reacted the same way. Others might not know that much, but Nora knew this very well. Pete had been learning martial arts from Quinn for years and was already a skilled martial artist with pretty good moves by now. Otherwise, Justin wouldn't have had the peace of mind to let him go abroad for further studies while hiding his identity. But why had he been abducted? Who had abducted him? Nora immediately turned on her computer and searched for the location where Pete's cell phone signal had been when he sent the text message. She discovered that the location from where he had sent the text message was the laboratory where he was studying and doing research work. Nora's expression turned solemn. After a moment's hesitation, she finally said, "Pete is likely fine." Justin nodded. If someone wanted to capture him, they would need at least a dozen people attacking him at the same time, but this would cause too great a commotion. Since there is no sign of Pete putting up resistance, there are two possible scenarios. "What are they?" Mia asked anxiously. Justin had already sent his men to the laboratory to investigate, but they hadn't found any signs of struggle there. This was also the case a few hours ago. All they found were people reporting for work and knocking off work as usual. He lowered his gaze and replied, "Pete either gave up resistance because there were too many enemies, or he deliberately allowed himself to be captured." Nora was also of the same opinion. However, Mia was still very anxious. Why would he allow himself to be captured on purpose? It's not like he doesn't know better. Even though she was terribly anxious, the adults were not surprised by her reaction. After all, next to Nora and Justin's trio of mutants, every other child seemed a little immature. Besides, Mia had always been timid since she was little. Nora said, "Think about it carefully. Since he could send you a signal before he was captured, what does this mean?" Mia paused for a moment and then answered, "It means that Pete didn't completely lose the freedom to move and act?" "Yes." Nora continued to gently explain things to her. She said, "If he wanted to resist the other party, he could have just texted Justin or me and told us directly that he had been captured, as well as who the abductors are. But he didn't. What does this mean?" Mia thought carefully for a while and finally realized what she meant. She replied, "It means that Pete has temporarily fallen under someone's control, but he can still access electronic devices. His freedom has not been fully restricted, but he is unable to report the situation to outsiders. That's why he decided to use the secret code method." "Yes." Nora nodded and said, "This means that he is not in a life-threatening situation for the time being." Mia breathed a sigh of relief. Even so, she was still awfully anxious. She said, "Aunt Nora, hurry up and save Pete." Nora smiled at Mia's insistence. Actually, Nora didn't think that the situation was that serious. Justin had also assigned Pete secret bodyguards when he went abroad. However, the bodyguards hadn't reported anything out of the ordinary so far, which meant that Pete was definitely still in the laboratory. She nodded. "Okay, tomorrow I'll..." But before she could finish, Mia said, "I've already asked Dad to get a jet ready. Why don't we go over right away?" She already had a jet ready. The corners of Justin's lips also spasmed. He said, "We don't have to be in such a hurry. I already received news from the secret bodyguards. They have confirmed his presence. He really is working overtime in the lab." However, Mia said very seriously, "Aunt Nora, Uncle Justin, don't you understand what Pete is like? If he hadn't been captured, he wouldn't have texted me. Also, Pete always comes back for Aunt Nora's birthday every year, yet he suddenly skipped it this year. This is already very odd in itself, so let's go over there right away." Under Mia's urging, the group set out in the jet overnight and headed to Manchester in the UK, where Pete currently was. In the jet, Nora slept the whole way there. However, the jet was awfully uncomfortable. After they got off and she confirmed with Justin once more that Pete was not in any danger, she decided to go to a hotel and catch up on sleep. However, Mia kept urging the two of them. Aunt Nora, let's go to Pete's lab right away. Even just a glance at him would do. Nora was annoyed, but amused at Mia's fear. What could she do? Mia was timid and soft-spoken. She usually didn't have much presence at home, yet for some reason, be it Nora, Justin, or even Tanya and Joel, none of them could say no to her. No matter what request Mia made, all of them would agree to it. So the group went straight to the laboratory where Peter was. The moment they arrived at the laboratory, they happened to run into a group of people who had just woken up and were getting ready to go for breakfast. The group stopped the trio at the entrance and asked, "Our company is not a place where any Tom, Dick or Harry can enter. Who are you?" Mia replied, "We're here to look for my elder brother. He's in there right now. These are my parents. We're here on vacation." The security guard glanced at Nora and Justin and then sneered, "Are you kidding me?" Mia was confused. Then the security guard clarified, "These two look so young. The woman can only be your elder sister at best. How can they possibly be your parents?" Mia was pretending to be Cheryl to minimize potential trouble, so she had claimed that Nora and Justin were her parents. Yet the security guard wasn't taking her word for it. The security guard then pointed at Nora and said, "She looks 20 years old at best. How can she possibly have a child as old as you? And this guy?" The security guard pointed at Justin and said, "He's probably only about 30 years old." Justin was wearing a suit and had a stern look on his face. Even though his facial features looked young, he didn't look like a 20-year-old lad still wet behind the ears. While the security guard might be persuaded to believe that Justin was Mia's father, there was no way he was going to believe that Nora was her mother. A grouchy look took over Justin's face. The security guard had outright made him and Nora people from two different generations. They were about the same age, all right? Mia explained, "It's true. They just look younger than most other people, that's all." She took out their ID documents and showed them to the security guard. "My mum is already 34 years old this year. She gave birth to us when she was 19. The security guard examined the ID closely, flipping it over and over as he stared at it. At last he believed Mia's words and said, "All right, I guess. Security is strict in the lab, so outsiders are not allowed in the premises. I'll call Peter Hunt outside instead." Asking him to come out? Then this would at least mean that Pete was free to move about. Mia heaved a sigh of relief. The security guard then went into the reception room and summoned Peter. About 5 minutes later, Peter jogged over to the main entrance. The 15-year-old young man was tall and handsome. As he was going through a growth spurt, his height made him look awfully skinny, as though he didn't have much strength. He wore a loose t-shirt. Upon seeing the smile on the boy's good-looking face, Nora was relieved. She felt that the tiring night was all worth it. "Dad, Mom, Mia, you're here!" Peter stopped and panted for a moment, but quickly returned to his usual calm demeanor and greeted the trio. He looked at the security guard and said, "These are my parents and younger sister. They already notified me long ago that they would be here for a vacation. Surely I can go for breakfast with them, right?" The security guard stared hard at Pete and then replied, "Yeah, go ahead. It must have been a while since you guys met, so I'm sure you miss your family. Have a good chat with them." He emphasized the word chat. Peter, however, seemed to understand something. He nodded and said, "Sure." He went up to Nora and pointed at a cafe opposite the road. "Let's have breakfast there." The group went to the cafe. After ordering food, they settled down at a table. Justin asked coldly, "What on earth are you up to?" Not only was Peter able to leave the laboratory for breakfast, but judging from how he looked, it was obvious that he hadn't run into terrible trouble. In that case, he'd best give him a good explanation for sending such a text message to Mia in the middle of the night. Otherwise, Justin wasn't going to let him off for disturbing Nora's beauty sleep. Peter was still rather scared of his father. After all, he couldn't beat him in a fight yet. He was still too young. Peter dismissed his thoughts and looked at them. I really have run into trouble. If you've run into trouble, couldn't you just come to us directly? Why did you send Mia such a text message late at night and frighten her so badly? Nora frowned in displeasure. Mia had been awfully pale the whole way there and had looked terribly frightened. Peter coughed lightly and gave Mia an apologetic look. He couldn't help but heave a quiet sigh and say resentfully, If I had sent you two the message instead, would the two of you have come over? In the entire family, Mia cares for my safety the most. If I contact her, you guys will definitely come. Mia's face became very serious when she heard the words, cares for my safety the most. As for Nora and Justin, both of them were rather speechless. It was true that if Peter contacted them directly, they might not have come over once they learned of the situation. Nora felt somewhat guilty. Justin, however, was thick-skinned enough to continue pulling a long face. All right, that's enough. Get to the point. Peter turned serious. He had always had a similar personality to Justin. After all, Justin had raised him all by himself. Peter said seriously, The lab is forcibly keeping its employees here. His words made Nora raise her brows. Forcibly? Yes, Peter explained. They refuse to let the employees leave. Now that you guys are here, I bet they'll also start monitoring you. They will never let me return to the States. After all, I'm one of the talents they handpicked. They gave me a lot of benefits and even promised me real estate. The salary is also high. But was he someone short of money? But Peter had never revealed his true identity to outsiders. Nora narrowed her eyes. You didn't make us come all the way here just because of that, did you? Not only was Peter a skilled martial artist himself, but he also had a few guards by his side. He could easily escape any time. So he didn't need to have them personally make a trip here if it was just about that. A disapproving Justin remarked, You can't even get away by yourself when the surveillance is this lax. How useless. The corners of Peter's lips spasmed and he glanced at Mia. Now that he had grown up, he didn't like being embarrassed in front of others. In particular, he didn't like being chastised by his parents in front of Mia. He touched his nose. The boy had also picked up Justin's little habits, and answered, I'm not talking about myself. My colleagues are affected too. He looked up at Nora and continued, Mum, I have 23 colleagues from America who are all facing the same situation. All of them are Harvard and MIT graduates. After they left the country to pursue further studies, they didn't return to America at all. Because of this, they were flamed by people on the internet, but not all of them had stayed here of their own volition. It's because they ended up becoming exposed to high-end industries under their lecturer's guidance when they were still university students, resulting in them being forced to stay here and being forbidden from returning to America. They want to go back too. There are many others like them. There were already 23 cases in Peter's school alone. Moreover, most of them had even gotten married and started a family there, so they wanted to return to their country with their wives, husbands, and children. But there was only so much Peter could do. He had no problem escaping by himself. In fact, he could even take 2 or 3 people with him. But he couldn't take all of them with him. All 23 of his colleagues wanted to leave this place with him. It wouldn't be right, no matter who he abandoned or took with him. So he decided to go to his mum and ask her what to do. He was only 15. It was perfectly normal that he wouldn't be able to resolve such a serious problem. Nora fell silent. Justin also fell silent. Peter gave Mia a look. Mia said gently to Nora, Aunt Nora, those people are so pitiful. Like Pete, all of them want to go home. But not only are they unable to, but their own countrymen misunderstood them and have even called them traitors. I'm sure their parents missed them a lot too. Fine, let's help them. Nora gave in. How many do we help? Peter asked. Nora looked at him. Since we've decided to help, then we must get every one of them out. Then she cocked her head to the side and chuckled. Well, would you look at that? We've got company. Since they have already set their sights on us, let's visit your lab and have a look. Okay. After breakfast, the group went to the laboratory entrance. Peter explained, My parents and little sister haven't settled their accommodation arrangements yet. Is it possible to let them stay in the laboratory's lounge? The security guard looked at Nora and Justin and then replied, Give me a minute. I'll have to ask the higher-ups about that. With a walkie-talkie in his hand, he stepped aside and asked, Do I let them in, sir? The person on the other end replied, Let them in. 3 small and skinny weaklings like them aren't going to be much of a threat at all. Don't get so nervous just because they are Americans. Only the big brother of the Irvin School of Martial Arts and the big sister of the Quinn School of Martial Arts can pose a threat to us. The rest are no problem. Yes, sir. So the security guards let them in. None of them knew just what kind of monsters they had just allowed into the laboratory. Instead of a laboratory, Peter's workplace was more like a research center. As they went deeper into the facility, on the way to the lounge alone, Nora observed that there were already about a few hundred people guarding the place. From the looks of it, Peter and the others were doing research on something extremely important. There were also a lot of employees, at least 1,000 of them, in the research center. Therefore, the research center had its own employee dormitories and canteen. The families of most of the people under surveillance also lived and worked there, so they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. When they reached the lounge, Peter nodded to his family. Rest here. I'll bring you guys around and let you meet those people when lunchtime comes. I'll give them a heads up first, too. Okay. After sleeping the morning away, when lunchtime approached, the trio went to the canteen with Peter. There, Nora met the 23 people in question. The group was both excited and nervous, but some of them clearly looked uneasy. What's wrong? Nora asked. Peter answered, For some of them, their family members aren't here, but they would also like to leave with us. Nora broke into a frown. After thinking about it, she exchanged a look with Justin and then suggested, How about this? Get their families' addresses and give them to me. I'll send people to pick them up. Peter nodded and went to talk to the others. After a while, he came back again. The boy, who still looked as troubled as before, asked, Must we act tonight, Mum? Yes, we have to. Nora was quick to shoot his concern down. For one, by taking action quickly, it was highly likely that they could get away before the people outside even realized what had happened. For another, she wanted to go home earlier to sleep. She couldn't possibly stay here just because of 1 or 2 people. Peter pursed his lips. Actually, a few of them haven't made up their minds yet. After all, taking their families and children with them and leaving the country is a big decision. They are not sure whether their wives would agree to it. Nora thought for a moment and then added, Get them to give me their addresses. I'll send people to pick them up at 1 a.m. tonight. She raised her head and looked at Peter intently. If they want to leave, then have their families display the national flag at the entrance of their homes. If it's inconvenient for them to display the flag, or if they don't have one at home, they can draw stars and stripes on a piece of paper and put that up instead. Her words took Peter by surprise. Stars and stripes. He smiled and nodded. Okay, got it. All of a sudden, Peter felt immensely proud of having a mother like Nora. He looked back and relayed Nora's instructions to the others. Then he collected everyone's addresses and handed them to Nora. As Nora stared at the addresses, she lowered her gaze. In the afternoon, when they returned to the hotel, she dialed Carl's number. "We have a new mission," Carl asked.
"What is it?"
"Picking people up." Without any hesitation whatsoever, Carl answered,
"No problem."
After hanging up the phone, he gave out orders to Black Panther and Abbott. Both men immediately became excited. "Do we get to meet Black Cat this time?" To chase after his idol, Abbott had joined Carl's team. Unfortunately, Black Cat hadn't been in action much these recent years, so he hadn't managed to meet his idol yet. Black Panther snorted. "When Nora impersonated Black Cat back then, she did a pretty good job. Never mind, I'm going to meet the real Black Cat this time. I wonder who's more impressive, Nora or Black Cat?" As Carl stared at them, the corners of his lips couldn't help but spasm. Black Cat's identity was sensitive. After all, she had taken so many lives, so it went without saying that her identity must be kept a secret. So he hadn't told these two dummies the truth yet. Upon hearing what they said, Carl cleared his throat and nodded. "All right, get going now." It was 4 a.m. It was the hour right before daybreak, which was when people were the sleepiest. In spite of that, Nora opened her eyes right on time. When she sat up, Justin, who was beside her, also sat up. After exchanging a look with each other, Nora went to wash up leisurely. She put her hair up into a ponytail and stretched as she remarked, "It's been a while since I last did anything taxing. I should get some good exercise tonight." "Yeah? How do you want to go about it?" a doting Justin asked. Nora blinked and replied, "It'd be really boring if we just leave quietly by ourselves. We should make them pay for what they've done. After all, they kept Pete captive for so long. We shouldn't let them off the hook that easily, right?" Justin smiled. "Got it." Justin hadn't passed down his social connections to Pete yet. As for Pete himself, he was only 15 years old, so he hadn't established his own connections yet. He was still in the phase of looking for reliable subordinates of his own. Therefore, it was hard for Pete to save his colleagues. But to Nora and Justin, the same task was as easy as ABC. The couple stepped out of the room and went next door to look for Mia. However, when they went over, they realized that she wasn't in the room. "Oh, right. Mia said she would be with Pete tonight to help him with the logistical arrangements," stated Nora. "Yeah, okay." The two then headed down leisurely. The security guard at the lounge entrance had already fallen asleep. The middle-aged lady's head nodded forward again and again as she dozed. Nora and Justin, who had decided to openly leave through the door, then took out their cell phones and held them up to the scanner at the entrance, where the glass doors immediately opened. The two stepped out. The sky was dim and grey as daybreak slowly approached. The two went to Pete's dormitory. As soon as they arrived, they saw that Pete and the others had already assembled on the ground floor. All of them looked tired and weary. It was obvious that they hadn't slept the whole night because they were too nervous. Nora yawned and signaled to Pete. Pete nodded and led the way in front. As he walked, he explained, "I've already scouted out the area nearby. There are no security cameras along this route. There's an iron gate in front, though, and the key is with the captain of the security officers." Nora raised her brows. "If you had told me earlier, I could have gone to retrieve it." When Pete heard her, he let out a sneaky chuckle and fished out a key from his pocket. "I already swiped the key a long time ago and duplicated it." Well done, thought Nora. As expected of her son, indeed. In this instant, it occurred to Nora that Pete did have the ability to bring his colleagues out of the research center. It was just that he couldn't ensure their successful escape once they left. When Justin saw the look of approval in Nora's eyes, he poured cold water on the situation and remarked, "They must have realized what you were up to, right? That's why you panicked and got us here to clean up your mess." Pete avoided his father's watchful eyes. Unfortunately, that was what had happened. When he stole the key and duplicated it the other time, the captain of the security officers had sensed something amiss and had been tracing the culprit recently. The clues would probably lead him to Pete in another couple of days or so. While he could leave by himself, 2 days were too short a period for him to bring so many people with him. He touched his nose and grumbled, "Quit it, Dad." Seeing the boy embarrassed, Justin was satisfied. "Ha, that little brat. Don't even think of showing off in front of Nora. You're still too young." Nora glanced at the people behind them. When she realized that there were fewer than 20 people behind, Pete explained, "A few of them changed their minds at the last minute and decided to stay." "Okay." Nora didn't press for details. With Pete familiar with the terrain, the group managed to reach the main entrance without any problems. Pete stopped in his tracks. "Mum, Dad, I'm sure that there are surveillance cameras at the entrance. If I open the door, they will find out right away. We only have 30 seconds before they get here. Are the people who are supposed to meet us already outside?" Nora assured him, "Yes, they are." "All right, let's go then." Pete did a tuck and roll and tried his best to hide his presence as he rushed over and opened the gate. When the gate opened, everyone dashed toward it. Outside, Abbott, who had driven a truck over, craned his neck when he spotted them. "Where's Black Cat? Do you see her? Oh, I can only see Nora from here." Peter stood beside the truck and watched as his colleagues got into the truck one by one. In the end, he looked at Mia and shouted, "Get in, Mia!" Mia's eyes were bright and shiny. This was the first time that the girl, who had always been well behaved since she was little, was involved in something this exciting. It was an extremely new experience for her. But she couldn't help but be worried about Pete's safety. She wanted to say something, yet she didn't dare to, so she merely nodded and grabbed the cargo bed of the truck. Just as she was about to prop herself up, a big and warm arm suddenly held her around the waist and held her up. With that, Mia got into the truck. Mia's cheeks immediately turned as red as a tomato, and she felt as if her heart was pounding faster than usual. She looked outside, and just as she was about to speak, she noticed that the doors of the main entrance had opened, and security officers were rushing out of the building. They were about to surround them. Some even raised their guns and pointed them at the truck's tires. Once the tires were punctured, they wouldn't be able to leave. Then she saw Peter, who had been holding onto the cargo bed and planning to get in, suddenly jumping back down. He shouted, "Go!" Even though Abbott didn't manage to catch a glimpse of Black Cat, he knew very well that his mission was to pick these people up today. The man immediately started the truck. When someone fired at the truck, Abbott quickly changed its speed and direction to prevent the bullet from striking the tires. Those guards didn't dare to go as far as to take lives. After all, they needed the researchers alive, so they didn't fire at anyone. As more and more bullets were fired, and it seemed that they wouldn't be able to dodge them anymore, a commotion suddenly broke out in the distance where the security officers were. Abbott immediately slammed his foot down on the gas pedal. The truck went charging out and disappeared after rounding the corner. When the captain of the security officers saw the truck disappear from his sight, he knew that it was too late. But he didn't panic. Since he had decided to stay put, it was obvious that he had a plan. Those guys might be able to escape the research center, but leaving for good? Not so easy. He looked coldly at the 3 people who had stayed behind and sneered.
Playing hero? Don't overestimate yourselves. Peter Hunt, you must be the one who stole my key, right?
Peter nodded. Yep. The captain sneered.
I'll make you pay for that today. I'll give you a taste of what happens when you don't behave.
Then he took a step back and ordered,
Go get them. Teach them a good lesson. I want Peter Hunt's legs broken.
They couldn't kill the researchers, but once their legs were broken, it would be even harder for them to escape, right? As he gave the order, over 20 security officers rushed over and surrounded the 3 people. But Nora was busy looking at a vehicle nearby. They might have missed the truck just now, but look what they had here. Their escape route had just presented itself. Nora calmly turned to the 2 of them. I'll hold them off here. Which one of you is going to steal the car? Peter immediately jumped closer to her. I'll protect you, Mum. Dad can go steal the car. A grumpy look came over Justin's face. It wasn't easy for him to have a chance to team up with his wife. What was that kid butting in for? He scoffed.
Nothing but an unnecessary move.
Peter stroked his chin. He was simply speechless at his father. Did he really have to be so possessive, even at a time like this? Never mind. It wasn't like he had the guts to annoy his father off too badly either. After all, he was still young. Should the tyrant really decide to make things difficult for him, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Peter came around to the idea in no time. He gave in. Fine. Dad, Mum, you guys hold him back. I'll go get the car. Justin immediately brightened up.
Okay.
Upon seeing the trio leisurely discussing plans despite being surrounded, the captain was furious. These fools sure were fearless. Did the 3 of them really think that he and his team were just your average run-of-the-mill security officers? Normal people would never be able to keep those people in the facility. They were all elites who had been carefully selected. With a sneer, the captain ordered, Get them. Only 10 minutes later, and all of the security officers lay all over the ground as Nora and Justin stretched their arms and legs.
Stretch a little more. You haven't exercised for too long. Take care not to hurt yourself,
advised Justin. Peter, who had driven over and was waiting for them to get into the car, shook his head.
Can they stop showing off?
He muttered to himself. Compared to his parents, he certainly still had a long way to go. Nora did as Justin said. He was right. Her life was becoming more and more relaxed and leisurely these days. All she did every day was sleep and go for strolls. She was completely leading the life of someone who was retired. Given all the activity today, there was a need for her to cool down properly. She stretched her arms and legs seriously. The captain, who was on the floor, stared at them in shock. He stammered,
Who are you?
He already had a vague idea of their identities. At his question, Nora hesitated for a moment, and then said with a straight face, We're Americans. I know that, of course, the captain thought. Annoyed, the captain retorted,
Do you have any idea who we are? How dare you do this to me? I will tell the Queen about this. I bet we can catch you guys if the UK goes all out.
Oh, okay. Nora rolled her eyes as she replied. After the 2 were done stretching, they got into the car. Peter sped into the distance right away. Black Panther had personally gone to pick up the researchers' families at the places marked by Nora. Whenever they spotted a house with the American flag hung on the door or window, they would knock out the hidden agents monitoring the researchers, rush into the houses, and then escort the researchers' family members into the transportation vehicle. To be honest, after Black Panther started working for Carl and began his career as an assassin, the man who had grown up in Switzerland, had become someone who didn't care about what was right or wrong. He was someone who lived with his morals in the grey area. But when he saw the star-spangled banners fluttering in the breeze, a feeling of patriotism suddenly arose in him. But he didn't dwell on it too long. He quickly took his charges to Black Cat and met up with her. Though the two teams were working separately, both ultimately raced toward the same destination. When Black Panther arrived at the pier where they were supposed to meet up, he saw Abbott and a group of people there. They were craning their necks anxiously and looking into the distance.
"Where's Black Cat?"
Black Panther asked. Abbott shook his head and replied,
"Black Cat isn't here yet. They are going to find us very soon, though. If Black Cat doesn't get here soon, we won't be able to get away anymore."
Black Panther broke into a frown. Neither of them knew that a security bureau was currently trying their hardest to find them using the traffic cameras on the roads. But then someone hacked into the system and thwarted them. In the Cybersecurity Central Bureau of the UK, Q and Y easily stopped the Bureau from accessing the system. In fact, they even blocked the satellite signal. As a result, the Bureau could only use the most traditional method to search for them. Because of this, even though 5 minutes had already passed since Abbott and the others reached their destination, the Bureau still hadn't found their way over yet. While the group was waiting anxiously, a car stopped in front of them. Peter, Nora, and Justin then got out of it. Nora and Justin were both tapping away on their cell phones. With cybersecurity technology getting more and more advanced, even Q and Y couldn't afford to look away from the UK's cybersecurity system for even a second if they wanted to stop them from finding their location. As soon as they stopped, the other party would be able to restore the system. Should that happen, it would only be a matter of mere seconds before their whereabouts would be exposed. The three of them got out of the car and approached the group. Black Panther panicked at once. He shouted,
"Where's Black Cat? Do you know that the vehicle we're about to use is top secret in the organization? Only Boss and Black Cat are authorized to use it. Without Black Cat here, we won't be able to leave at all. What have you people done? Did you abandon Black Cat and leave Black Cat there to bring up the rear?"
An anxious Abbott asked,
"Yeah, where's Black Cat?"
The corners of her lips spasmed as Nora groaned, "Shut up." Then she closed the hacking program on her cell phone and opened a program that only Carl and she could access. Abbott and Black Panther looked on in distress. How was this woman remaining so calm? Did she not know that all of their lives were at stake? Abbott and Black Panther stared at Nora in shock and astonishment. Both of them were in disbelief. But if they were honest, they had already found Nora very impressive when they realized that she was the big sister of the Quinn School of Martial Arts. Among all the women, no, among everybody they had ever met, including the men, she was the most impressive one ever. In that case, how much more impressive could Black Cat possibly be? They suddenly realized that Nora was, in fact, Black Cat herself. Even though the discovery was surprising, it also made perfect sense to them. At the same time, they also felt bad for looking down on Nora back then. How could they have been so clueless? While the two men were plagued with guilt, Nora looked intently at her cell phone and wordlessly tapped the activate button. To hide their embarrassment, Abbott and Black Panther asked,
"What's the emergency, Black Cat?"
"Yeah, this is the ocean. You'll have to cross the ocean if you want to go back to America. How are you guys going to get there?" Abbott wasn't an American, so he didn't feel much of a sense of loyalty to the United States. While the two were talking, they suddenly heard a whirring sound. Then, the coast started to shake a little. Then, a black, massive object suddenly emerged from the ocean. Shocked, the two quickly looked over
and they realized that it was actually a submarine. On top of that, it was a huge one that could seat up to 100 people. Abbott and Black Panther were astounded. The two men stared at the huge machine in disbelief. When did the organization get an ultimate weapon like this? With this around, they wouldn't have to fear even if they created a huge problem in the UK. This was also Nora's first time seeing the submarine. She and Carl had prepared this as their backup plan in the past. At the bottom of it all, the assassin organization was still an illegal business. Moreover, Carl still had an official identity, a spy, in the United States. The two had hit it off immediately and prepared the submarine. In case there ever came a day when they could no longer bear the pressure from foreign authorities, they could use the submarine and escape to anywhere in the world in it. Energy supplies were also replenished regularly. There was definitely enough to last till they got to the United States. Nora stepped forward and unlocked the system with a scan of her thumb. The submarine's door opened and everyone went in one by one. After everyone had entered, Nora and Justin finally went in and closed the door. As soon as the door closed, Justin put his cell phone away. The submarine started sinking into the waters and began its journey to the United States. The submarine featured a lot of advanced technology, including a counter-reconnaissance system. This gave them a veil of invisibility and prevented radars from detecting them. The submarine started moving in the ocean. Everyone inside also quietened down. From the UK, it would take roughly a week for them to reach the United States. Everything outside in the vast ocean was covered in darkness, making the passengers scared and panicky. When Black Panther sensed their anxiety, he started to chat with them to pass the time. He looked at Peter first.
"Do you have a girlfriend?"
This boy was Black Cat's son. When Peter was about to answer, his colleagues next to him chuckled.
"Oh, Peter's super popular with the girls in the lab. Even though he's still young, there are a lot of women throwing themselves at him."
Black Panther remarked jokingly.
"Oh, you lucky chap."
Peter heaved a sigh inwardly. As the son of Justin Hunt, he was extremely prideful. Among all the girls he had ever met, only Mia and Cherry were good enough in his eyes. Cherry was his younger sister whom he doted on a lot and adored. As for Mia, initially he had found the girl weak and frail, so he couldn't bring himself to bully her at all, but he also started to subconsciously protect her. When he found out that she was his younger cousin, it became all the more natural for him to do so. All he knew was that in his family, where everyone was a big boss, Mia was the one who cared for him the most. They were very close as children, but then they grew up and grew apart. Recently, Peter found himself missing all the time he used to spend talking to Mia. But Cherry was his sister, and Mia was his cousin. Obviously, he could never be with either of them, and Peter didn't want to be anyways. But seeing how deeply his parents cared for each other made Peter frightened and confused. Was he ever going to feel that way about a person? Or was he doomed to be alone forever? Joel and Nora were recognized as siblings in the eyes of the law, but in terms of blood relations, they were actually cousins. Although this meant that Peter and Mia were already a generation apart in blood relations, they were still second cousins. He knew that his parents didn't care about such things. Even though he and Mia were not related by blood, his parents believed them to be cousins. Therefore, Peter felt that it was only right for them to have a close friendship. She was only 15, so she still had many more years ahead of her. She was also not as advanced in her life as Peter, meaning that she was only in her second year of high school. She had so much to learn about herself. And that meant she might stray away from the family from time to time. But Peter could only hope that Mia, his best friend, would want to be his friend still. As the group chatted, Nora answered a phone call. The caller was from the UK. There was a faint anger in the Queen's voice as she hissed, "Now, Black Cat, that's not quite nice of you. How can you snatch away all of our researchers?" Nora answered calmly, "We didn't snatch them away. They came with me of their own accord." The Queen was well aware of this, of course, but there was no way she was going to admit to it. She scoffed and snorted in a stuck-up manner. "You made me a laughingstock by snatching them away. No, I won't take this lying down. You have to compensate me for my losses." By saying that, she was actually indirectly giving them the green light to leave. Of course, even if she didn't, Nora wouldn't lack ways and means to take the researchers home either. However, if she did, their journey home would certainly be a lot smoother. "What kind of compensation do you want?" she asked. "How about this? Have Alexander come over and keep Lucy company." The little princess was extremely fond of Cherry and often flew over to the United States to visit since she was little. The Queen had always turned a blind eye to her actions because she thought it would be nice if her daughter had a close friend. She had only brought up Alexander because she knew that Peter would be going home to take over the Hunt's business. However, this meant that Alexander was free, wasn't he? That was why she wanted him to keep her daughter company. Maybe she would have a chance of luring him to stay in the UK with the title of an earl or something in the future. Who knows? The more the Queen thought about it, the more she found it a good deal. After all, Alexander was the next king of the Imperial League. It would be fantastic if she could get him to stay in the UK. The Queen asked, "Isn't he studying overseas right now? Have him come over and tutor Lucy a little and see if he can make her a star student. I'm not asking for too much, am I?" Not at all. Nora didn't show the least bit of hesitation in selling her son out. However, she did set a condition. "But this means that you'll give our organization the green light whenever we save people from the UK in the future, right?" The Queen gasped. "How many more are you planning to save?" Nora shrugged. "Everyone who wants to go back to their homeland?" The Queen was furious. "Don't push your luck, Nora." Nora coughed. "I'm not pushing it that badly, am I? Well, if you're not agreeable to it, then never mind." Even if the Queen didn't give the green light, she would still be able to save whatever researchers needed saving. Things would be a bit more troublesome and take up more of her sleep time, that's all. The lip corners of the Queen, who could tell the underlying meaning of her words, couldn't help but spasm a little. Through gritted teeth, she finally said, "Fine, I agree to your condition, but have Alexander come over immediately." Then she asked, "How's Justin doing lately?" When the Queen had first realized that Nora was Black Cat, she felt troubled and was caught in a dilemma for a while. But after that, she decided to accept reality. After all, she had already come to see Black Cat as a close friend. She had even poured out a lot of her secrets to Black Cat previously, so she couldn't bear to suddenly lose her friend. Therefore, from that point onward, she always went through Nora whenever she wanted to contact Justin. The Queen had been in love with Justin and pestered him before, so she decided to maintain a respectable distance from him from then on. Nora was very pleased with this. So whenever she asked after Justin during their chat, she didn't mind letting him speak with the Queen. She handed the cell phone to Justin. "Hello?" Justin said. "Hello, Justin. How have you been?" "I'm doing pretty well. Still as loving a couple with my wife as always. We have no arguments whatsoever." The Queen didn't respond. Justin checked to make sure the call was still connected. He added gruffly, "Hello? Do you need anything else, or do you want to hear about what we have been up to lately?" Did he think the Queen didn't have a temper, or what? Who would want to listen to him show off how loving a couple he was with his wife? Justin raised his brow and returned the cell phone to Nora. Then he asked, "Can you bear to part with Xander, though?" "No," Nora answered. "But it's not certain who's ultimately going to go home with who just yet." Surprised, Justin asked, "What do you mean?" "Well, Lucy's pretty cute. Since her elder sister will be inheriting the throne, there's not much point in her staying in the UK. She might as well come to the States." Justin couldn't help but smile to himself. His wife really did think of everything. A few days later, the submarine finally arrived at a coastal area in the United States. When the submarine emerged from the sea and docked, Morris's men, who Nora had contacted beforehand, were already waiting for them on shore. They would be escorting the researchers back to their hometowns. United with their families, the researchers turned their heads back and gave Nora looks of gratitude. "Any words for them, Mum?" Peter asked. Nora thought about it for a moment, and then she straightened her expression and only said, "Welcome home." Nora didn't just stop at saving the researchers. She also told Peter to spread a piece of news. Should people find themselves in similar situations abroad, they could approach Carl's security agency for help to go back home. They would help to pick them up and send them home. Peter did a great job at the task. He was extremely popular among the international students, after all. Now that Peter was back, he didn't plan on leaving the country anymore. Instead, he took over the Hunt Corporation. On the day that he officially became the head of the Hunt Corporation, his family held a handover ceremony at home. As a show of support, the Smiths all came over as well. Ian could now walk by himself and didn't have to rely on a wheelchair anymore. With a walking stick in hand, he patted Peter on the shoulder and said, "You're even more capable than Grandpa. Back then, Grandpa only managed to take over the company in his 20s. Next to them, Alexander said jokingly, "He's so envious of you, though." A smiling Ian asked, "Why?" "Because you have such awesome grandchildren. 3 of them." The lad had not only praised Peter, but also himself. What a cocky little narcissist he was. Peter looked at him with a smile. "You're heading to the UK tomorrow, right?" "Yeah? What about it? Are you going to miss me? Come on, we're brothers. Don't be a sissy and go crying your eyes out now." Alexander said dismissively. "I just wanted to tell you to bring that person home soon," replied Peter. "That person? Who?" Alexander was perplexed. A mysterious smile graced Peter's lips and he said, "Nah, it's nothing important." He mustn't give away his mum's intentions so casually. Seeing his reactions, Alexander rolled his eye and said, "Ugh, you're being cryptic again." After saying that, he turned his head to the side, where he saw Mia dozing on the sofa beside them. He couldn't help but nod in her direction at Peter. Then he walked over. Just as he was about to play a prank on Mia from the back, Peter caught hold of his outstretched arm. "What are you doing?" asked Alexander. Peter replied, "She hasn't been getting enough sleep because she's been doing a lot of practice papers every day. Now that she can finally relax a little tonight, you shouldn't disturb her." "I just wanted to tease her a little. What are you being so protective for?" Alexander said. "Protective?" Peter coughed and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Isn't she your younger cousin too?" Alexander pursed his lips and said, "She is, but she's always been weak and frail since she was little, so she's really boring and no fun at all." "Lucy isn't," said Peter. "That little princess had been as strong and healthy as Cherry since she was little." Alexander grinned and said, "I know. Wait for it. Once I go over, I'm gonna bully her." Peter was confused why Alexander was so bent on bullying their cousins. Alexander raised his brows and said, "Once I bully her and make her cry, she'll go whining to the Queen, and once she does, the Queen will release me immediately, no?" Peter gave him a smile that screamed, "Good luck, pal." However, Alexander didn't get it. He turned and left instead. After Alexander left, Peter got ready to leave too. But just as he did, he noticed Mia's lashes quivering, which surprised him a little. Since their return to the country, both of them had been in New York the whole time. However, Mia hadn't approached him even once. Even when the two families met for meals, she would always use the excuse of studying to skip the gatherings. This was their first time meeting since their return. "Are you awake?" he asked. Mia opened her eyes. Suddenly, she lowered her head and asked, "Am I useless, Pete?" Peter immediately understood what she was saying. During the operation last time, she hadn't been able to help with anything at all. From the start to the end, all she did was escape obediently. This made Mia feel horribly disheartened. She felt like she was an utter failure who was completely useless. That was why she didn't even dare to bring herself to meet him recently. Mia was close to driving herself mad. Her cousin was so capable and successful, while she felt she had little to show for herself. Peter slowly squatted down in front of her. He suddenly said, "Did you know, Mia, you actually played the key role in the incident the last time?" Mia was taken aback. "How?" Peter smiled and answered, "Only sending you the message would give me the biggest peace of mind, because I know that you will definitely pester Mum and Dad to save me." It wasn't so much that his parents didn't care about him. It was more that they trusted in his capabilities, so they no longer spoiled him as much as they had when he was a child. His parents wanted to train him and let him solve the problem on his own. His parents were already half retired. It was Peter's personal desire to help the researchers leave, and he hadn't informed them about the situation beforehand. He had even been under the watchful eye of the security officers during the emergency. This had prevented him from filling in his parents about the situation. He could only use the secret code that he had established with Mia. If he had hinted at the situation to his parents instead, they definitely wouldn't have reacted as anxiously as Mia. After all, the two of them knew what he was capable of all too well. Mia bit her lip as she listened to Peter. She gave him a smile. Seeing that she had thought things through, Peter breathed a sigh of relief. Relieved, Mia went to Tanya. When she went over, Tanya was rather surprised. Her daughter had been down in the dumps since she returned from overseas a few days ago, but now it seemed that she had thought things through. Amid everyone's well wishes and congratulations, Peter officially took over as the head of the Hunt Corporation. There were quite a lot of guests today. After all of them had to show Peter their support. Brenda was also here. As always, the woman was clad in a red dress, making her a charming and alluring sight. People couldn't take their eyes off her at all. Nora and Justin were currently surrounded by the latter's third uncle and his wife, Brenda's parents. Their daughter had been putting off marriage forever, making them terribly anxious. Didn't she know that they were looking forward to grandkids? "Hey, Nora, you're her sister-in-law, so I'm sure she'll listen to you if you talk to her. She's already 30. If she continues to put off marriage, she won't be able to find a good man anymore." Brenda's mother dabbed at her eyes. Brenda's father was also very troubled. "Wasn't that young hacker guy from some time back pretty nice? Why did they break up? I heard he's still single." Brenda's mother nodded. "I also heard that Solo's an orphan. He's pretty much all ready to be our son-in-law. Where are you going to find someone better than him?" Nora didn't want to add fire to the flames of pushy parents, but she also wanted to know why Solo and Brenda had broken up. Even though Solo had been persistently trying to court Brenda, the woman simply wouldn't stop hiding from him. She thought for a moment and then said, "All right, I'll talk to her when I have the time." "Okay." Brenda's mother didn't pester her any further. Out of all of the Hunts, she understood the best just how infamous Nora was for her indolence. She was reluctant to take on any kind of responsibilities and would rather spend that time sleeping instead. Nora never made promises to anyone easily. Now that she had given her word that she would talk to Brenda, this meant that she would definitely try to help. As for Nora herself, she also felt that it was about time she did something. Before this, she hadn't wanted to interfere with Brenda and Solo's relationship because, for one, she felt that they were already adults. It wasn't like they were kids like Cherry and Pete. Everyone had the right to choose how they wanted to spend their lives. The two of them might not want her to interfere. But now, with Solo unable to improve the situation, as Brenda's sister-in-law, she had no choice but to do something. She sighed silently. When was trouble ever going to stop? This was no doubt going to keep her from her beauty sleep again. Both the host and the guests enjoyed themselves at the party. Soon the party ended. As the host, Peter went to see the guests out, while Nora and Justin slacked off behind the scenes. Nora kept observing Brenda. Solo was out on a mission today, so he hadn't attended the party. Though Brenda had a smile on, there was some forlornness in her eyes. At this point, her cell phone rang. She looked at it and hurriedly answered the phone call. The caller said something. Brenda immediately replied, "Okay, I'm on my way." She hurriedly left. Nora looked at her and then exchanged a look with Justin. Both of them knew that the reason for Brenda's rejection of Solo probably lay right in this phone call. They followed after her immediately. Brenda got into her car immediately after she left. She looked like she was in a huge hurry. It made her seem anxious. She didn't notice that Nora and Justin were behind her. Nora followed behind her in a car. After some time, they arrived at a villa on the outskirts of New York. Brenda stopped the car, got out, and started walking toward the villa. However, she had only taken a couple of steps when she stopped and returned to the car. By the time she came out of the car again, she had already changed into another set of clothes. The red gown was now a black dress, turning her from a vibrant and gorgeous woman into a dignified and self-composed one. Her actions confused Nora. Brenda had even beaten red lights just to race her all the way here, so why did she change her clothes after she arrived? What was this place? After Brenda entered the villa, Justin finally said, "This is her villa." Did this mean Brenda had really found another man? Was she even keeping her secret lover here? Nora broke into a frown. To avoid disturbing Brenda, the two waited outside quietly. After a good 4 to 5 hours, Nora even managed to take a nap during this time, Brenda finally came out of the villa in a different black dress. Her hair was damp, and it was obvious that she had just taken a bath. Brenda got into her car and left. Just as Nora and Justin were about to get out of their car and approach the villa to have a look around and see who exactly the villa was housing, a skinny figure suddenly rushed over to the villa. It was Solo. He was also tailing Brenda. Solo had an awful look on his face. He stared hard at the door of the villa, seemingly never having even considered the possibility that Brenda was keeping a lover here. He then thought of how Brenda had come out of the villa looking like she had just taken a bath. On top of that, her cheeks were even rosy. It was obvious that she'd just done some exercise, and she'd even changed her clothes. No matter how he looked at it, it was the complete picture of someone committing adultery. The corners of Nora's lips spasmed a little. She finally got out of the car and walked up to Solo. At the sound of footsteps coming from behind, Solo turned around. When he saw Nora, his eyes immediately reddened, as though he had just seen someone whom he could depend on. He said, "Say, Athena, just what exactly am I doing wrong? Why is Brenny doing this to me?" Nora didn't know how to respond. Before she could even say anything, Solo lost it. He said, "I don't believe this is happening. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. The woman who went in isn't Brenny, right? Although she makes dirty jokes all the time, she's actually never been a promiscuous woman. I was her first man, as well as her only one. She would never cast me aside." Solo clenched his fists. Nora made a suggestion. "You don't have to be like this. If you want to know what's going on, why don't you just knock on the door?" "Knock on the door. Yes, knock on the door." Solo knew that the truth would present itself before him the instant he knocked, of course. The problem was, he didn't dare to. He was afraid that his guess would turn into reality. He could never accept it if that happened. After Brenda started ignoring him, he had thought of every possible reason under the sun, except this one. He trusted Brenda. While he was in a dilemma, Nora went straight up to the door and pressed the doorbell. Solo panicked. Solo was so scared that he wanted to turn and flee, but a moment later, he heard a woman's voice coming from the door. "Who is it?" Then the door opened. A middle-aged lady who looked to be in her 50s or 60s stood at the door. She looked at them in trepidation. "Who are you looking for?" Solo heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next instant, the middle-aged lady said, "Are you looking for my son? He's already asleep." Her son. Solo's mind instantly went blank. Brenda was not only keeping a pretty boy secret lover, but also taking care of his entire family. While he was lost in thought, Nora asked, "Oh, I saw Brenda leave this village just now. May I know how she is related to your son?" Solo tensed up at once and looked at the middle-aged lady nervously. The lady smiled and answered, "Oh, Brenda, she's my daughter-in-law." Daughter-in-law, and my son is already asleep. The combination of these words immediately turned Solo as pale as a sheet. Was Brenda already married to someone else? Solo felt as if his mind had gone completely blank. He felt unsteady on his feet. He turned away in shock, not quite sure who or where he should be looking, or what he should do at this moment. After a brief silence, Nora asked, "What's your son's name?" The lady answered, "Oh, my son. He's a really tall and handsome chap. His name is Marcus. He's a police officer. Do you guys know each other?" Marcus? Though Nora was puzzled, she did find the name somewhat familiar. Solo suddenly understood what was going on. He stared at the lady in front of him in disbelief, and then suddenly took a step back, his face turning even paler than before. Nora, who detected his unusual reaction, looked at the lady again and asked, "Ma'am, has your son been staying here all along?" "Yeah." The lady smiled and said, "Shh, keep it down. My son is asleep. If you're looking for my daughter-in-law, how about I give her a phone call for you?" Nora nodded. The lady then closed the door. Nora looked at Solo, who explained, "Marcus. He is Brenda's comrade who died protecting her back then, but he isn't dead." Nora's eyes narrowed at Solo's words. No wonder she had found his name so familiar just now. She'd heard about Brenda's past, where Solo had, due to a freak combination of factors, accidentally caused Marcus to die while saving Brenda. This was also why it had been impossible between Solo and Brenda back then. Solo had made countless attempts to redeem himself, which ultimately made Brenda relent and change her mind. The pair had been about to get engaged when Brenda suddenly started to reject him again and insisted on breaking off the engagement. Had all that been because of Marcus's return? Nora looked at the villa again. Suddenly, the voice of the middle-aged lady from earlier reached their ears. "Oh, you're awake, son." "Yeah, who's outside, Mum?" The other party's voice belonged to a man. "I don't know, just a few passers-by. They are probably your wife's friends. By the way, when are the two of you going to have kids? I can't wait to have grandkids." "Well, it's no hurry. Aren't we already trying our best?" The rest of the conversation was too soft to be audible. They probably went into another room. Solo turned even paler. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should feel guilty or scared. Was it possible for the dead to come back to life? Or had Marcus been alive all along? But Marcus had died in an explosion while trying to save Brenda. His body had even been laid to rest. How could he possibly still be alive? Nora and Justin exchanged a look. Justin was currently tapping away on his cell phone. After a while, he passed the phone to her. During that short while, Justin had already hacked into the government network and was checking the information in the police system. Marcus's status was verified as deceased. Solo was still lost in thought. Nora looked at him and said, "Rather than puzzling over it here, let's just ask the person involved and find out exactly what is going on." Since they were unsure about the situation with the man inside the villa, they couldn't possibly force their way in. Their only option now was to contact Brenda. Nora called Brenda, who answered right away. She sounded rather tired. "Hi, Nora, what's up?" Nora asked, "What on earth is going on with Marcus?" Brenda fell silent. Nora looked at the villa. "We're outside the villa right now. If you don't explain what's going on, I can't promise you that Solo won't force his way in." The moment she said that, Brenda immediately panicked and said, "Don't. I'll come back right away. No, wait. Let's meet at the cafe at the entrance of the neighborhood instead." "Okay." After hanging up, Nora and Justin took the despondent Solo with them and went to the cafe. As soon as they entered, they saw Brenda racing over in the car. She entered the cafe immediately after she parked. Solo had already gotten up from his seat and was looking at her in shock. "What on earth is going on, Brenny? Is Marcus still alive?" A hesitant look formed in Brenda's eyes when she saw Solo. A moment later, she lowered her gaze and suddenly said, "Come with me, guys." She headed right back towards the villa. The group followed after her. Brenda took out a card key, swiped it at the entrance, and opened the door. When Nora and the others saw how well she knew her way around the house, they couldn't help but exchange a look with one another. From the looks of it, Brenda came over often. It seemed like she treated the villa as her home. After Brenda entered, the middle-aged lady from earlier appeared. When she saw Brenda and the people behind her, she smiled and said, "You're back, Brenda. They must be your friends. Here, make yourselves at home. I'll get you guys some coffee." Without giving them a chance to refuse, she went into the kitchen and began to boil some water. Brenda pointed to the sofa and gestured for them to have a seat. After they sat down, Brenda entered the kitchen and said, "Let me do it, Mum." Solo's heart sank. Brenda had called her Mum, and she had even been so natural when she did it. He clenched his fists. However, the lady frowned and said, "Shoo, shoo. Go and keep the guests company instead. Mum can handle all these just fine." She ushered Brenda out of the kitchen and then said with a smile, "I'll go up and wake Marcus. How can he continue sleeping when there are guests in the house? Geez, I'll get him to go get some nice little snacks or something." Brenda's expression turned a little nervous. However, she didn't say anything. The lady then went up the stairs and pushed the door to the master bedroom open. She called out, "Hey, Marcus, go out and get some snacks. We have guests in the house." A man's voice was then heard coming from the second floor. "All right, Mum." The lady then came back down and continued to make coffee. When Solo heard the voice from the upper floor, his expression turned even more awful. It sounded like the voice had come from the master bedroom. Solo got onto his feet to charge upstairs. His fists clenched again and again, but he ultimately forced himself to resist the urge. He didn't want to make things difficult for Brenda. If Brenda really was already married, he didn't want to break up her family. As though all the strength in him had suddenly left him, he sat back down on the sofa. The lady finished making the coffee and brought it over. She said, "You guys are Brenda's friends, right? You should talk some sense into her. She's already in her 30s. It's about time she considers having kids." Solo lowered his gaze. The lady suddenly looked at the stairs and got up. "Why isn't Marcus here yet? I'll get him." She then went up the stairs again. However, a short while later, she suddenly screamed. Brenda rushed up the stairs anxiously. Nora and Justin followed closely behind her. Solo was the only one who stayed where he was. However, after hesitating for a moment, he still decided to follow them upstairs. When Nora arrived on the upper floor, she noticed that the door to the master bedroom was ajar. The lady's voice could be heard coming from within. "Marcus? Marcus? What happened? Quick, get the doctor here." Nora rushed into the room immediately. She was a doctor and could save the patient in times of emergency. But when she went in, she saw the lady collapsed on the floor. Brenda was squatting beside her and pulling her arm. "Mom, it's okay. It's okay. Marcus is fine." "No, he's not. Doctor, doctor!" the lady screamed. Nora quickly stepped forward and said calmly, "I'm a doctor. What's wrong?" As soon as she heard Nora, the lady grabbed her hand and said, "Please, save my son. Save my son." Nora's gaze followed the direction where she was pointing and looked at the bed. The lady screamed, "Why isn't my son waking up? Why isn't he getting up?" Nora's expression instantly changed. There was nobody on the bed at all. Surprised, the woman looked at Brenda. Brenda shook her head and then continued to comfort the middle-aged lady. She said, "Mum, why don't you go outside first? I'll wake him up. Don't worry. Everything is okay. Everything is okay." "What do you mean, everything is okay? Something must have happened. I'm not blind. Tell me, what exactly is going on with Marcus?" The lady gripped Brenda's hands tightly. She demanded, "Tell me, did you guys have an argument? Or is it because you're unwilling to have children with my son? Is that why he became like this? Brenda, how can you reject having children with him? You're too much." After speaking, she immediately started hitting and kicking Brenda. Brenda held her tightly, not at all bothered, even when the lady hit her a few times. It was Nora who couldn't stand to watch her actions any longer. She tapped the lady on a pressure point on the shoulder, which gently knocked her out. Nora caught her and softly put her on the ground. Only then did the commotion stop. The huge skirmish made Brenda out of breath. Even her clothes and her hair were a total mess. She sighed and said, "I'll go take another bath." Nora nodded. After giving the lady some medicine to calm her down, she left the room. The trio waited for Brenda downstairs. After the incident just now, Solo had understood something. So she had taken a bath earlier because of this. It wasn't because she was married. He paced back and forth as he said, "What on earth is going on, though? Why does she think that Marcus is alive? And who is that man that was talking in the room?" While the trio was thinking, Brenda came down the stairs. She toweled her damp hair and collapsed onto the sofa. She was so exhausted that she was close to collapsing. The others didn't urge her to hurry. After Brenda caught her breath, she finally sighed and said, "That's an AI system." "What?" Solo was taken aback. Brenda tossed a pair of spectacles to him and gestured for him to put them on. The moment Solo did, a figure appeared in front of him, giving Solo such a huge shock that he couldn't help but take a step back. In his vision, Marcus moved somewhat stiffly and unnaturally. The figure said, "Hi, friend." It was Marcus's voice. Brenda rubbed her temples. "Marcus's mum has been denying the fact that Marcus is already dead. I don't know who tricked her, but they inserted a chip into her eyes that allowed her to see and even talk to Marcus. Her mental health is terrible, so we are not allowed to say that Marcus has already passed away. The chip isn't very stable, though, and Marcus would sometimes freeze and stop moving. When that happens, she panics and calls me. I was here just now to calm her down and reboot the system." Solo asked, "Then she was referring to you as her daughter-in-law because—" Brenda sighed and answered, "In her eyes, Marcus and I are married. That's why she keeps calling me her daughter-in-law. She has also been dying for a grandchild." Brenda lowered her head. However, Solo understood what was going on. He stepped forward and held Brenda's hand. "So this is why you've been rejecting me?" Brenda nodded. Solo, however, was close to tears. He said, "But I don't mind at all. I can support her and keep her company with you. I could even treat her like she's my mum." Brenda gave him a wry smile and said, "And then? What kind of identity are you going to use to stay by her side?" Her question stumped Solo. Brenda lowered her head and said, "I've never considered marriage at all in the past anyway, so let's just keep things that way. I'm pretty okay with how things stand now." She then pointed at the door and added, "You can leave now. Don't ever look for me again." However, Solo remained where he was. Suddenly, he said, "Is the gadget broken? I'll take a look at it." He looked around the room before looking in the direction where the sound was coming from. There he spotted a black box. He went over, opened the box, and began to study the electrical wiring inside. As he did, he remarked, "This is an outdated version. They don't set up new ones like this anymore, so she certainly has been tricked. Here, I'll update the system." While he spoke, he started to get down to work. Brenda opened and then shut her mouth as she looked at him, hesitant to speak. When she was about to say something, Solo said, "To be honest, you don't have to feel so guilty about it. I'm the one who caused his death. If someone must make up for it, then I should be the one doing it, not you. You really don't have to make up for it with the rest of your entire life." Brenda shut her mouth. To be honest, she didn't feel like she had done anything wrong. Back when she got engaged to Solo, Marcus's mother had approached her, stared straight into her eyes and asked, "Are you getting engaged when my son died for you?" Because of that, she couldn't bring herself to say those words anymore. She felt awfully guilty and horrible, which made her give up thinking about the matter altogether. She threw herself into her work and used it to numb herself. All her missions had been highly dangerous in the last few years, and she had suffered grievous injuries as a result. Sometimes, she even wondered if all of this would end if she just gave her life back to Marcus. But this was impossible. She took a deep breath. At this point, Nora suddenly grabbed her arm. She said, "Come with me." Her words took Brenda by surprise. Solo didn't pay them any attention but continued to fix the black box instead. Brenda then left the villa with Nora. This time, Justin didn't follow them. After making Brenda get into the passenger seat, Nora took out her cell phone and dialed Morris's number. Morris soon picked up the call. His voice was calm and steady as he asked, "Is something the matter, Nora?" "Can I come over to the special department?" Morris's voice deepened a little as he answered, "You are always welcome here." Nora hung up. Next to her, Brenda, who wanted to lighten up the mood, remarked, "Are you sure you should be flirting with another man in front of me, Nora? Aren't you afraid Justin would be jealous?" Nora didn't answer her. Her stern demeanor made Brenda drop the flippant act, and she didn't dare to joke around anymore. Soon they arrived at the special department. Nora stopped the car, got out with Brenda, and entered from the main entrance. Morris, who was in his office, was standing at the window and watching them. His secretary came in and asked, "It's time to knock off, Captain Ford, aren't you leaving?" "No, I still have something to do," Morris replied. Surprised, the secretary asked, "Is there a case that needs our attention? Do you need my help? No, it's fine. You guys can go." "All right then." The secretary didn't know why Morris, who usually knocked off on the dot, was working overtime today, but she was greatly relieved that she didn't have to work overtime along with him. Everyone left the office. Nora entered the special department with Brenda. The latter had once worked there for a period of time, so she knew everyone there and was on good terms with them. After greeting them all, she finally asked, "Where are we going, Nora?" As soon as she popped the question, Nora stopped in front of a door with Brenda. She gazed at the door and then answered, "We're here." She pushed the door open. When Brenda got a clear look at the room, she was stunned. The secluded room was shrouded completely in darkness. There were no windows inside. When Nora opened the door, the sensor-operated lights switched on, lighting up the room with a dim yellow light, allowing Brenda to take a good look at the interior. The walls were filled with black and white headshots. Nora entered the room. Brenda followed after her and looked at the photographs one by one. Underneath the black and white portraits were not even names, but just serial codes. It was as though they were afraid of having their identities discovered, even when they were in the special department. Though Brenda had worked here before, she had never stepped into this room before, because she knew very well that this was where those who had died in the line of duty were. Nora said, "I don't know what it's like in Interpol, but here in America, these people are honored for their sacrifice. These brave soldiers sacrificed themselves for the country and for the people, but they have never demanded anything in return. Even after their deaths, they refuse to leave behind even their names, for fear they may implicate their family. Brenda, when you joined this line of work, have you ever thought that you would die in the line of duty? Would you cower in fear and be hesitant to take action while carrying out missions because you're afraid that you would die? Would you want your teammates to live the rest of their lives in atonement after you die in the line of duty, unable to ever escape from the curse? There is no problem with looking after a deceased teammate's family, but is there a need for you to do it in such a lowly manner?" Marcus may have died and sacrificed his life while trying to save you, but before he died, I'm sure he wouldn't have wanted you to become his wife after his death, or take care of his aging mother. The two of you are comrades. The two of you are brothers in arms. The front line is no place for romance. At the bottom of it all, Marcus didn't die for your sake. He died in the line of duty while trying to catch Barbarian. He died for the greater good, for Barbarian's future victims and for the ones whom he had already killed. But what are you doing now? You've cheapened Marcus's sacrifice. Take a good look at these people. After their deaths, their comrades will certainly become their brothers and help them to take care of their families. But they will never sacrifice themselves to do so. Neither will they allow themselves to become their wives. Nora rarely spoke this much. If it wasn't because she wanted to give Brenda a wake-up call, she couldn't even be bothered to talk to her. The woman had forced herself into a dead end, and her actions had sullied Marcus's sacrifice. Marcus's death had indeed been partially due to Brenda and his own personal feelings, but it was more a sacrifice in the line of duty as an Interpol officer while trying to catch a criminal than anything else. His sacrifice was for the people. Brenda was stunned. She naturally understood all these, but she simply couldn't accept it psychologically. But in this instant, as she gazed at the wall of photographs of officers who had died in the line of duty, a solemn look came over Brenda's countenance, and she suddenly realized that her actions had indeed cheapened Marcus's sacrifice. From a brave soldier who died trying to protect the country, it had turned him into an infatuated man who died for mere love and romance. Brenda's eyes reddened. She suddenly looked at Nora and said, "I understand now, Nora." Nora knew that Brenda would probably still need some time to think things through, but this was as much as she could do for her. The rest would depend on herself. She nodded. The pair stayed wordlessly in the room for a while and paid their respects to the warriors who gave their lives selflessly for others. Footsteps suddenly came from the door at this point. As Morris stood at the door, his deep voice suddenly reached them. "Want to know who founded the special department?" he asked. Both Nora and Brenda looked over in unison. Admiration filled Morris's eyes as he said, "I've never met the founder, but we all know him as Commander Xavier." Morris took a step forward and explained, "The founder's story has already become a legend. Nobody knows how much of it is true, but it's said that humans had gained superpowers during that time, and many used their superpowers for evil. Commander Xavier established the Special Department to protect regular humans." He looked at Brenda and continued, "Commander Xavier's real name is Hugh Xavier. I heard his wife was also part of the Special Department back then. Once, when Commander Xavier was out of commission, she had led the Special Department to achieve many victories. The two ultimately retreated to the background and lived in seclusion until the very end. The two of them were not just husband and wife, but also comrades in arms. Commander Xavier's wife was a reserved woman, and the couple rarely spoke sweet nothings to each other like other married couples. But when they stood next to each other, they gave people the feeling that two of the mightiest people had formed an alliance, and it was as if they knew exactly what the other was thinking. When Commander Xavier's wife was wanted by the entire world, he was willing to make an enemy of the whole world for her sake. They, who served the country and the people and also did everything they could for each other, then became the legends of the Special Department." Morris went on, It's also because that era was too glorious and spawned too many legends that people, in the pursuit of power, started developing an interest in genetic research. That was what led to our existing V1 to V16 gene serums. At the core of it all, these gene serums are actually humanity's attempts at overcoming their limits. They dream of becoming as powerful as those superhumans. But little do they know that all those people who possessed superpowers only wanted to become ordinary humans themselves.
After saying all these, Morris realized that he had revealed too much. He then added,
Commander Xavier once said that with great power comes great responsibility. If your comrade in arms has died in the line of duty, then all the more reason that you must take on their share of duty and live on properly instead of losing yourself in your grief. His wife, Simone Xavier, once lost a friend with red hair. After her friend's death, she dyed her own hair red and lived an exciting life in her friend's honor. They never complained or regretted what they've done.
As Nora listened to Morris, she suddenly found herself longing to live in that era. As for Brenda, she balled up her fists. A wry smile formed on her face as she muttered, I really was splitting hairs over minor issues, huh? After chatting for a while longer, Nora's cell phone suddenly rang. She stepped aside and answered the call. The caller, Lisa, revealed, I'm at the villa now, Nora. Marcus's mum's mental illness stems from psychological reasons, not physical ones, so it's actually out of our control. At the bottom of it all, the truth is that she's not sick at all. She's just doing all this to numb her pain. As for insisting that Brenda is her daughter-in-law, my guess is that she's jealous of her. She was jealous that Brenda was living her life properly while her son was dead. To be honest, this was a perfectly understandable mindset. A couple of days ago, Nora had seen the news about an 18-year-old boy who saved a 16-year-old girl who was drowning. While the girl had survived, the boy had died. The boy's parents were unable to bring themselves to forgive the girl and were unwilling to meet her. It was obvious that Marcus's mum wanted Brenda to suffer along with her so that she could feel better. She sighed silently. Back in the room, when Nora stepped aside to pick up a phone call, Brenda came up to Morris and stood next to him. She followed his line of sight and looked at Nora, who was standing near them from the back. Brenda asked, Captain Ford, have you stayed single all these years because of Nora? Her words took Morris by surprise. Brenda went on, Do you also want a wife like Commander Xavier? A soulmate who you can form a powerful alliance with, and who knows what exactly is on your mind? Morris fell silent. He had never told anyone about his feelings, and he never expected Brenda to be able to detect them. Nora returned after the phone call to find the atmosphere around Morris and Brenda a bit strange. However, she didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, she said to Brenda, Let's go. Oh, okay. Brenda followed Nora out. After they got into the car, they returned to the villa. Justin was still using his cell phone on the sofa as he waited for them. Solo was occupied by the gadget. After dismantling the box, he had changed its components to the best ones available and was installing them at the moment. Upon noticing the two ladies, both men turned to face them. Solo gazed at Brenda with a scorching look in his eyes, while Justin gave Nora a gentle smile. The man was not only smiling more often these days, but also becoming more and more charismatic. Nora shifted her gaze to the upper floor and said, I'll go check up on Marcus's mum. Okay. Upstairs, Lily and a psychologist were giving Marcus's mum a checkup. The woman, who had already come to, screamed, Stay away from me.
Marcus, help! Save me!
When Nora entered, Marcus's mum looked at her in panic.
Who are you? What are you trying to do to me? Where's my daughter-in-law? Brenda, save me!
Nora cast her eyes down and said, "Why don't you just drop the act?" Marcus's mum paused. However, a brief moment later, she continued to scream,
Marcus? Where's Marcus? Brenda, help!
Next to her, Lily said, "This is Athena, the renowned surgeon and cornerstone of the Alternative Medicine Association. Identifying medical symptoms is as easy as ABC to her. Feigning illness is pointless in front of her, Mrs. Robinson."
Mrs. Robinson was Marcus's mother.
Lily had avoided referring to her as Marcus's mother, as she felt that that term of address would sadden her further. When Mrs. Robinson heard what Lily said, she quietened down at last. Nora looked at her and said, "I know it's difficult for you, but the ones who have already passed wouldn't want you to torment the ones who are still alive." Mrs. Robinson immediately screamed, "Why?" Tears trickled down her cheeks as she screamed,
"Why would she be allowed to marry another man when my son is dead? My son loves her. He died trying to save her."
However, Nora replied, "No, your son died because he was trying to catch a fugitive. Helping and protecting his teammate is part of his duty. Even if the person in danger hadn't been Brenda, his superior, he would still be obligated to put his life on the line to save them. That's what it means to be teammates." Mrs. Robinson bit her lip and kept quiet. She lowered her head and said,
"But I just can't accept this. I just can't."
In the middle of the conversation, Mrs. Robinson suddenly looked up to see Brenda at the door. At the sight of her, she immediately hung her head in guilt. She'd thought that Brenda would be furious and upset, but unexpectedly, she entered the room and looked at her instead. However, before Brenda could speak, Solo entered the room and got down on his knees in front of Mrs. Robinson. Everyone in the room was stunned. Solo said, "I'm an orphan who doesn't have parents. If you're all right with me, I can take care of you like your son in the future. Will you accept me?" His eyes reddened as he added, "I will treat you just like how Marcus had. I will take care of you for the rest of your life." He sighed and said, "Brenda is not the main cause of Marcus's death. I am. If you must torment someone, then please just do it to me. She didn't do anything wrong." Brenda clenched her jaw, her eyes reddening. Mrs. Robinson stared at Solo. Suddenly, she also fell to her knees and started to hit him.
"You killed my son. You killed him. Why is my son dead when all of you are still alive?"
But as she continued to hit him, she suddenly put her arms around him and said,
"Fine. I want you to be my son from now on. You must take care of my every need and want for the rest of your life. I am going to torment you from now on. And you."
She looked at Brenda and said,
"I want you to be my daughter-in-law and wait on me every day."
Using the most vicious tone possible, the woman uttered the kindest words in the world. Tears rolled down the cheeks of Brenda, who understood what she meant again. She nodded and said, "Okay, I understand, Mum." Solo also echoed Brenda and said, "Okay, Mum." A few hours after the conversation with Mrs. Robinson, Brenda and Solo threw nearly all of Brenda's belongings into suitcases and loaded them up into the car. Nora narrowed her eyes. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Bam. Brenda chucked her gigantic black suitcase in the back of a sleek SUV.
She put her hands on her hips and turned to face Nora. Her signature bright red lips, contrasting her all-black leather outfit. The blonde bombshell frowned and tilted her head before asking, "What's a good idea?" Before Nora could respond, Brenda turned to the villa and cupped her hands around her mouth. "Hurry up, Solo. We don't have all day. Get your lazy butt out here." Nora turned to see Solo juggling the rest of Brenda's luggage. The poor, skinny man looked like he was about to collapse underneath all the weight. Brenda shouted, "Be careful with those. That's all my makeup." In a shaky voice, Solo replied, "This is just makeup." Brenda laughed. "Duh. What was I supposed to do? Only a crazy person would pack their designer shoes and their makeup in the same bag." Solo came over and they started to load up the car with Brenda's items. After they were done, Brenda turned to Nora. She asked, "I'm sorry, Nora. You were saying something was a really good idea?" Nora sighed. "I was asking if it was a smart idea for you and Solo to run off so soon after everything that's happened with Mrs. Robinson." Brenda opened her mouth to reply, but before she could speak a single word, Solo butted in. "We're not running away, Nora. We're in love, so we're eloping. There's a difference." Brenda narrowed her eyes. "Solo, get in the car already. I've been waiting out here forever for you." "I only took so long because I had to get all of your bags, all 20 of them." "Hush. Now I have to talk to Nora, okay? So be a good boy and wait for Brenny in the car." Solo was looking dejected before she used the pet name he had for her. Then he looked as eager as a puppy. "Okay, Brenny, I'll be good and wait in the car." Brenda waited until Solo was sitting in the car before she continued to talk to Nora. She explained, "Mrs. Robinson is fine. She told me she wanted me and Solo to take a vacation, especially after everything that happened. She knows we're going to come back once we're married." Nora narrowed her eyes as she studied Brenda. "Is that really what you want?" Brenda began to nod enthusiastically. "Ever since I was a little girl, I began to plan the wedding of my dreams. It's been one of my life goals to get married in a chapel in Las Vegas." Nora started to speak up. "But you could have a real wedding here with your family, your friends, your colleagues." But then Brenda interrupted. "Yuck. Nora, that sounds awful. I thought you knew me by now." Nora thought about it. "Yes, I suppose you're right. Getting married in a random city surrounded by strangers seems more your style anyways." Brenda smirked. "I knew you would understand. Will you tell Justin that I said goodbye?" Nora yawned and nodded her head. "Sure." Brenda giggled. "Great. I'll send you guys lots of postcards from wherever we end up. Remember, don't come looking for me." Nora's head snapped up. What was that supposed to mean? Was Brenda in trouble or something? Is that why she forgave Solo so quickly? Maybe he was blackmailing her or something. Nora tilted her head to one side. "Huh? Brenda, you know you can tell me anything." Brenda sighed. "Nora, please, it was just a joke. I know what you're thinking, that there must be some kind of mysterious plot happening, and that Solo is forcing me to elope." Nora glanced at Brenda guiltily. "Nora, do you really think Solo could blackmail me of all people? I'm offended." Nora peered into the car. Solo was struggling to read the map that he found inside of the vehicle. For a world-renowned hacker, sometimes he could be pretty dumb. She shook her head. "No, Solo definitely could not pull off blackmailing you." Brenda explained, "You're exactly right. I just mean that I don't want you to worry about us or spend all your time tracking us to make sure we stay safe. We're adults, and we can take care of ourselves.
You have other things to worry about. Leave Brenda and Solo out of your head. You have enough on your plate."
Nora nodded.
Yeah. But then she realized something.
Wait, what's on my plate? The most excitement Nora had experienced in the past few months had been saving Peter and his colleagues from his lab in the UK, and then dealing with Mrs. Robinson and her mental disorder. Other than that, what did Nora have to worry about? Brenda giggled.
"You're forgetting something. Isn't a certain someone getting dropped off at college tomorrow?"
Nora blinked in realization.
"Oh, right. Yes, we are dropping Cheryl off at college tomorrow."
Brenda shook her head.
"Time flies, huh? Just think of all the free time you're going to have now with all the children out of the house. Are you excited or what?"
Nora nodded. "Sure, I guess."
Brenda pursed her lips. "I mean, what would you be doing anyways? Our lives haven't been this peaceful for a very long time. It's not like we have to worry about the gene serums anymore, or evil assassins like Barbarian, or even the mysterious organization. You and Justin deserve the peace and quiet." Nora turned her sharp eyes and looked directly into Brenda's. "You don't miss it?"
Brenda couldn't believe her ears.
"Miss what?"
Nora thought about what she wanted to say before finally speaking again.
"I don't know. I guess the adrenaline? Or being forced to think on your feet and fighting with people that you trust on your side?"
Brenda's eyes widened. Then she exploded into laughter.
"Oh, that's a good one, Nora. Since when did you tell jokes? I didn't know you were so funny."
She wiped a tear from her eye. Then she yanked Nora into a hug before she had a chance to escape.
"You'll hear from me soon. Tell Cheryl I said good luck, okay? And that she has to wait at least a year until she even starts to look at boys."
Nora nodded, then slowly began to squeeze Brenda back.
"I will.
See you later." Brenda clapped her hands in excitement and ran over to the driver's seat of the car.
"Relax, Nora. You deserve it."
Then Brenda jumped into the car and slammed on the gas. Nora kept watching as the car screeched away toward the highway. Suddenly, a voice reached her ears.
"What's wrong?"
Nora jumped at the sound of Justin's voice. She had no idea that he was behind her. Her husband was probably the only man that could sneak up on her and remain undetected. She blinked at him.
"Nothing's wrong, I was just thinking."
Justin's eyes twinkled with mischief and he started to walk closer to Nora.
"Thinking about what?"
Nora tilted her head.
"Isn't it obvious?"
Justin placed his hands on his wife's hips.
"I think I have a pretty good idea."
"I'm thinking of the fastest route to take when we drop Cheryl off at Harvard tomorrow." The hungry man had started to lean in for a kiss, but stopped midway after being blindsided by Nora's comment. He stammered,
"You're driving?"
Nora laughed. "Of course I am. Who else would drive?" With that, the woman patted the man on his shoulder and began to walk back towards the house.
"Yeah, you're right. I don't know what I was thinking."
Justin shook his head and began to follow Nora. Then he realized something.
"Wait a minute. I could drive. Nora, what did you mean by that?"
Cheryl sighed in the back seat. "Dad, please. You know Mum is a way better driver than you are. Give it up. You guys have been fighting the whole ride. I don't want you to embarrass me once we arrive." Nora narrowed her eyes from the driver's seat.
"Do you think we are going to embarrass you?"
Justin turned around from the passenger seat to face his daughter.
"How could I ever embarrass you, Cheryl? You are going to be the smartest, most beautiful, most driven student at this entire school. In fact, I'll scream it from the rooftops of Harvard's tallest building so that everyone knows before they even meet you.
Cheryl pursed her lips. That's exactly what I'm afraid of. Cheryl looked out of the window. Mum, there's Peter. Pull into there. Nora screeched into a parking spot and the entire family got out of the car. They were in the main campus of Harvard University. The library and science buildings towered over them and looked more like castles than modern-day academic buildings. Cheryl gasped at the sight and then threw herself into her brother's arms. Peter usually didn't like hugs, but Cheryl was the one exception. She smiled. Peter, you made it! Cheryl looked behind him as if she was expecting someone else. She frowned. Where's Alexander? Peter fixed his ruffled suit once Cheryl let him go. He shook his head. I haven't heard from him all day. He hasn't even messaged the family group chat in quite some time. Have any of you heard from him? Justin, Nora, and Cheryl shook their heads. But before anyone could speak, Justin clapped Peter on the shoulder. I'm sure Alexander will turn up soon enough. Besides, that kid is always late to important events. Then Justin checked the time on his watch. What do you say we all get a bite to eat? Cheryl groaned. No way. I want to get settled into my dorm room right away. Justin sighed. Cheryl, remember what I told you. No daughter of mine is going to be staying in a public dorm room. I bought you your own apartment a 5-minute walk from campus for that reason. Cheryl whined. And remember when I told you that I wanted the true college experience, Dad? I told you that I'm staying in the dorms. Justin rubbed his temples. Nora, can you back me up here? Cheryl huffed. No, Mum, can you back me up here? Father and daughter both snapped their heads to look at Nora. Nora sighed, not caring if Cheryl stayed in the dorms or in her own apartment either way. She just wanted to sleep for a very long time after such a long drive. Nora finally suggested, How about we see your science lab first, Cheryl? You want to meet your future colleagues, don't you? Cheryl's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. You're right. Cheryl practically dragged all of them to her science lab after Nora suggested it. Justin had made sure only the best facility was available for his daughter, along with the best team, equipment, and plenty of money to back up whatever they wanted to research once her first term began at Harvard. Because Cheryl had gotten a near-perfect score on her college entrance exam, she was allowed to replace a portion of her credits and make them into a special research team instead. When they entered the pristine, highly modern lab facility, Cheryl's mouth practically fell open in shock. She gasped, This equipment is amazing! These are all new models. Some of these machines aren't even out to the public yet. How is this even possible? Nora shot a glance at Justin, and he winked in response. He was beaming with pride as Cheryl walked around the lab. Suddenly, a voice echoed around them. Hello? Who goes there? I don't know how you got clearance to come in, but this is a private. The young scientist in a lab coat stopped mid-sentence once he saw the group of people in front of him. The boy turned to Nora and clapped his hands together. Oh, you must be Cheryl Smith. My apologies, I've been expecting you. No, I'm Cheryl Smith. Nora watched as Cheryl tapped him on the shoulder. The young man blinked in surprise. He looked back and forth between Cheryl and Nora, who were technically 20 years apart, but looked like they could be sisters. He stammered, You're Cheryl Smith? Cheryl sighed. Yes, that's my mother, Nora Smith. The man's eyes widened in shock. But she looks... Cheryl explained, Like she could be my sister, I know. We get it a lot. The man shook his head and got his bearings. Right, of course. My bad. I'm Eddie, one of the lead researchers assigned to your team. Pleased to meet all of you. Would you like a tour of the lab? Cheryl nodded enthusiastically. Yes, please. Eddie smiled. Then follow me. The group began to follow Eddie as he explained all of the equipment, what professors were going to be overseeing Cheryl's research, and how, at Harvard, the top selected research groups had always gotten great results with their experiments. Nora observed from the back of the group, taking it all in. Justin and Cheryl chimed in the most. Peter was busy typing away on his phone and was barely paying any attention to the tour. Nora narrowed her eyes, but decided to find out more about that later. Cheryl pestered Eddie with many questions, and Justin practically threatened the young man to make sure he always took care of Cheryl. Nora rolled her eyes. He was always too overprotective of his little girl. As Eddie was explaining a piece of new equipment that was shipped to them just that morning, Nora edged closer to Cheryl. Nora whispered in her daughter's ear, "I forgot to ask you, Cheryl, what topic did you decide to research while at Harvard?" Cheryl glanced at her mother out the corner of her eye before responding in a slow but firm voice, "Gene serums." The hair on the back of Nora's neck raised. She echoed, "Gene serums? What for?" Cheryl shrank back from her mother. "Because I think I can do it right this time." Nora scoffed. "Do what right?" Cheryl sighed. "I think I can find out how to do what Yvette was trying to do all those years ago. I think that a serum that can bring a human to their top potential without harming the rest of their genetic makeup is possible." Nora blinked in surprise. "Cheryl, don't you remember all of the pain that the gene serums have caused our family? I thought you would know better than to try something like this." Cheryl turned to face her mother head on. "I do remember the pain, Mum. That's why I need to research it. I remember how scared I was of not knowing if Alexander was going to wake up. I also remember how scared you were when you were trying to find the V16. I never want anything like that to happen to someone else. And the only way to make sure it doesn't happen is to research it and recreate it, but the right way this time." Nora narrowed her eyes. She wasn't convinced all the way, but she didn't want to fight with Cheryl. Besides, perfecting the gene serum was near impossible. Nora doubted anything concrete would come out of Cheryl's research team. Solving the gene serums was like solving an unsolvable math problem. Instead of saying anything, Nora decided to redirect the topic of conversation. "Speaking of Alexander, has anyone heard from him?" Cheryl frowned. "No, I haven't. What about you, Peter?" Peter was glued to his phone and didn't look up. He just continued to type away as if he didn't hear Cheryl at all. Cheryl rolled her eyes and strode up to her brother. All of a sudden, she reached over and snatched his phone out of his hands. Peter yelped in surprise. "Hey, what was that for?" He scrambled and immediately snatched his phone back from Cheryl. A wicked glint appeared in Cheryl's eyes. "Have you heard anything from Alexander, or are you too busy chatting with your secret girlfriend?" Justin's ears perked up at the mention of a girlfriend. "Is this true, Peter? Who is she? What family is she from? What kind of reputation do they have?" Peter groaned. "Please, Dad, I don't have a secret girlfriend. It's just business." Justin didn't look convinced. "Are you sure you don't have a secret girlfriend? You can tell us anything, you know. We won't look down on you with whom you decide to date, even if she is much poorer than us." Peter shot a glare at Cheryl, as if to say, "Look at what you've done." He muttered, "I don't have a girlfriend, and no, I haven't heard from Alexander. And Dad, there aren't too many families with better reputations than us." Justin thought about his son's remark. Good point. Nora checked her cell phone as the three of them bickered. She also had no text messages or calls from Alexander. She frowned as she looked outside the window in the lab. It was getting darker. Why hadn't they heard from him by now? She quickly typed out a message and sent it. "Did your flight get delayed?
When will you arrive at Harvard? She stared at the screen after she sent the message, but nothing happened. Next to her, Justin yawned. Now can we eat? The group said their thanks to Eddie, and they all exited the lab. Justin had made a reservation at one of the most elite restaurants nearby many months in advance, so they were seated at their table immediately. Nora had barely touched her food, and at one point, Justin leaned over to her. The Nora that I know would be devouring that steak. What's wrong? Nora sighed. Alexander hasn't responded to my text. Do you think we should contact the Queen, or any of the special services? Justin had to stop himself from laughing. The special services? What for? The boy is late and is making his mother worry over nothing. That's the only problem here. Nora narrowed her eyes. She had spent her entire life not being too worried about anything, so this change in Nora was a big deal. There were plenty of things that could have gone wrong, and she began to list them. How do you know that? What if something happened to him? What if Truman went rogue and kidnapped him? What if the Queen is holding him hostage? What if his plane went down and he's lost at sea? What if... Justin gently raised his hand to get Nora to stop mid-sentence. Nora, I get your point, but you know I have everyone in the world monitoring all of our children. I would have heard about Alexander by now if the slightest thing happened to him. Even if it was a simple traffic violation, I would have received it on my phone. He held up his phone as proof and showed that there were no notifications. Don't you trust me? Nora bit her lip. She didn't seem completely convinced, but she nodded. I do. I just wish he was here. Are you sure you can't call anyone? Maybe Sean or Lawrence could hop on a red-eye and check on him? Or maybe we could get someone from the Hitman League to do a quick check. Suddenly, a voice boomed all over the restaurant, starting from the front entrance. Sorry I'm late. Cheryl, I'm here now. Everyone's head whipped around and their eyes widened. It was Alexander. He was carrying many shopping bags as he ran over to the large table his family were seated at. He was practically out of breath by the time he walked over. Sorry it took me so long to get here. My flight was delayed, and then I decided I had to make up for being late by getting Cheryl all of these gifts. I couldn't have Peter upstaging me as the oldest brother after all. Cheryl leapt up from her seat and hugged her brother. I definitely don't need all of these clothes, Alexander. But thanks. Peter narrowed his eyes. Trying to make up for lost time as always, aren't you? Alexander scoffed. Hey, watch your mouth. You're talking to your older brother after all. As the three children settled in, Justin turned to look at Nora. He whispered, I told you not to worry, didn't I? Nora nodded, but then she thought about something. If Alexander's flight was delayed, wouldn't you have gotten a notification about it on your phone? Justin frowned. Maybe the airport's database and traffic control didn't update yet. I'll probably get the notification before we go to bed. But he's here now. Isn't that what matters? Nora nodded and shook the suspicion out of her head. She thought all of this business with Alexander was very strange. There was definitely something that her son was hiding. But that was normal for teenagers. They often hid things from their parents. Besides, Nora knew this dinner was supposed to be about Cheryl, not whatever schemes her brother had gotten into. You're right. Let's enjoy the family dinner. Who knows when we're all going to be together again anyways? Justin smiled at his wife. That's exactly what I was thinking too. The next day, all of them said goodbye to Cheryl outside of her dorm. Alexander and Peter both had late flights out of the nearby airport. Alexander would be heading back to the UK, and Peter had another business trip planned. Nora turned to her daughter. Be good, Cheryl, and remember, you are as smart and hardworking as the rest of them. Don't let them tell you that you're not. I never did. Cheryl nodded. I won't, Mum. Thanks. Justin was doing a very bad job at trying to hide his tears as he hugged his daughter goodbye. He sniffled.
Even fathers cry while saying goodbye to their kids. I'm not ashamed of that.
Cheryl practically pushed him away. Yuck, Dad. You're getting snot all over my sweater. Nora had to peel Justin away from her. All right, that's enough. They've got it from here. Go sit in the car. Nora said goodbye to her 3 children and then joined Justin in the car. As she exited the parking lot, she stared at them in the rearview mirror. They looked like the picture-perfect family as they were all waving goodbye to their parents. Nora couldn't help but feel uneasy. All of a sudden, Justin's deep voice reached her.
I know that look. What's wrong?
Nora snapped back to reality. Nothing. I'm just thinking. Justin sighed.
I know that, but what are you thinking about?
Nora took a deep breath before responding to him. If it's us leaving them behind, or is it them leaving us behind? Alexander fished his cell phone out of his pockets as he waved goodbye to his parents. He sighed and looked at Peter and Cheryl.
It's Lucy. I have to take this.
Cheryl teased. Trouble in paradise? Alexander groaned.
You could say that.
He walked over to a more secluded part of the parking lot and checked to make sure Cheryl and Peter weren't paying attention to him before he answered. A deep, distorted voice rang out from the other end of the call.
You've run out of time, Alexander.
Alexander's voice was fearful as he tried to bargain with the creepy voice.
Please, I just need a little more time. I swear, then I'll get you what you want.
The voice screeched.
No, you've had plenty of time. Now do what you were told to do, or else.
And with that, the person on the other end hung up on him. 3 years later, Nora and Justin slept soundly at home. Nora got to sleep whenever she wanted now, without anyone getting mad at her for thinking she was being rude. Both of them were semi-retired. They spent their time sleeping and relaxing at home. Their kids thought their parents had become awfully boring at such a young age. But Nora and Justin's lives had been so hectic until now that they appreciated the easy life. Other adults were jealous of their rather early retirement. Nora and Justin had washed their hands of the affairs of the outside world. They both only worked when they really wanted to, when something could only be done by them. But gradually this was becoming less and less often. Their children were quite busy. Alexander was off in the United Kingdom working as a bodyguard for the Queen and preparing himself to become the next king of the Imperial League. Cheryl was finishing up her work at Harvard, somehow managing all of her extracurriculars, from gaming, shooting, and now working in a lab. Peter led the Hunt Corporation while still working in his own lab. Nora wondered if any of her children had any romance in their lives, but none had told her about anything just yet. All of the children called home often, but they never got to visit their parents as much as they said they would. Nora liked the peace and quiet, but perhaps she missed being needed just a little bit. Suddenly, in the dead of night, a strange noise disturbed the couple's slumber. Nora and Justin's eyes shot open. They turned to each other and both immediately understood the situation. Someone broke in. Justin whispered, "I've got it. You need your sleep." Nora shook her head. "I'm all right. I'll check it out." Justin thought about protesting, not wanting to send his wife out to an intruder in the middle of the night, but he yawned. He was sleepy, and Nora was the better fighter anyway. So much for chivalry when your wife is the top assassin in the world. Justin nodded, closing his eyes again. Nora got out of bed. Justin fell back asleep quickly. The corner of Nora's lips spasmed a bit.
He wasn't even going to stay awake to make sure she dealt with it. Rather than being offended, she was amused and even flattered. He trusted her so much that he wasn't even worried in the slightest about her ability to stop the intruder. Nora quietly slipped on a robe over her pajamas. She was chilly in the night air. Nora listened closely as she heard another noise. It sounded like the window rattling on the second floor. Nora spent so much time in the house now that she nearly had echolocation for the home. She could tell exactly what Justin was doing based on the little noises echoing across the home. She could tell it bothered Justin sometimes when he would go to tell her something that he did, and Nora already knew by the sound. He could never surprise her with dinner or anything. Nora thought about picking up a baseball bat or some other weapon. Even in her retirement, Nora still had many secret weapons hidden across her body. But sometimes it was easier to merely threaten an intruder than having to whip out the poison needles hidden on her fingernails. They were such a pain to replace anyway. As Nora heard the patter of quiet footsteps walking away from the window, Nora decided to get a baseball bat from the closet after all. It was an easy threat to help her avoid having to fight more than she really needed to. Holding the bat in her hands, Nora quietly opened the door. She closed it gently behind her, not wanting to wake up Justin with a scuffle. Nora listened carefully. She couldn't hear footsteps anymore. Either the intruder was stuck in place or knew how to hide their footsteps well. The intruder was clearly somewhat adept, or they wouldn't have been able to get past the tight security in the home. The intruder must have familiarized themselves with the security system and disabled it. Nora clenched the bat tighter, realizing that she was not dealing with some sort of amateur thief. As Nora walked extremely quietly toward the opened window, she wondered who it might be. Could it really be just some regular cat burglar looking for a quick score in a fancy apartment? But Nora and Justin barely did anything else anymore that would warrant someone coming after them. As sweat formed on Nora's brow, she secretly relished this little bit of excitement. As much as she worked to make her life as stress-free as possible in the last few years, Nora had begun feeling like she might have protected her peace just a bit too much. Even if her life used to be filled with danger and headaches and stress, it was certainly filled with excitement. She loved Justin dearly, and more each day. But she worried her and Justin had practically become an old married couple with nothing to say to each other at quite a young age. Nora approached the open window. The curtains fluttered in the breeze. Somehow, the intruder had disarmed the security system at the window. Nora smirked, impressed with the intruder's work. Nora heard a noise from the kitchen. While clever, the intruder was not skilled enough to get past Nora. Nora slowly approached the kitchen, wielding the bat above her head. She didn't want to have to hurt anyone, but she had to admit that her muscles ached for a little action after all these years. Nora stood outside the door to the kitchen. Through the door, she could make out the sound of the crunch of food. Was the intruder eating her groceries? This was a new one for Nora. She thought the intruder was surely there to steal some precious item, or maybe even try to hurt them. Was the intruder only looking for a midnight snack? Nora hoped the intruder wasn't eating that leftover spaghetti she had hoped to have for lunch the next day. That would just be greedy of them. Nora slammed open the door, ready to surprise the intruder. The corner of Nora's lips spasmed as she saw who it was. Nora smirked as she said, "You should really eat with your mouth closed." Nora looked at the familiar face, sitting at the kitchen island, munching away on some cereal. "I thought I taught you not to eat with your mouth open," Nora asked. In front of her was a highly skilled intruder who knew the security system of the house all too well. It was her son, Alexander. I'm sorry, Mum, but I'm starving, Alexander replied, still shoveling cereal into his mouth. Alexander was tall. Now, at 18, he was really losing his teenage look as the sketch of an adult formed. Nora missed when he was tiny, how his little hand would fit in hers. But she was happy that her son had grown into such a handsome, capable young man. Alexander noticed his mother wielding a bat above her head. I didn't mean to scare ya. I wasn't scared. Nora truly wasn't scared. She didn't want to admit that she was almost a little disappointed to see her son. She wanted some action, some adventure. But she was still also happy to get a surprise visit from her son. Why didn't you tell us you were coming? I needed to get here quickly and I didn't want to cause a stir. You didn't want to cause a stir, so you came in through the window? Nora asked. I was in such a rush to get here from London that I completely forgot my key to this house. It's not like I really live here anymore. So you rushed all the way from across the pond because you really needed a bowl of cereal at your parents' house? Nora put down the baseball bat and crossed her arms. She walked over to Alexander and wrapped him in a hug. I'm happy to see you, but most people notify their parents before showing up in the middle of the night. Alexander gulped down the last of his cereal. He looked scared as he said, It's an emergency. An emergency? Nora asked, almost excited for something interesting to happen. Do we need to wake up your father? Alexander nodded, nervous. A few moments later, Alexander, Nora, and a grumpy Justin sit around the table. Justin rubbed his eyes, trying to wake himself up from his slumber. So what exactly is this emergency that you had to disturb your parents in the middle of the night for? Alexander started explaining. So the Queen hosted a tea party for the biggest titans of industry working within the United Kingdom. She does that annually, yes? Justin asked. Yes, her annual tea party. All the usual people were there. Many local CEOs were present. Max Kensington of Velos Technology looked particularly dapper, but it didn't hide the sour expression on his face. It seemed as if there was something he wanted that wasn't going his way. Max Kensington, Justin commented. I remember meeting him once. He always seems to have a permanent scowl. He's the one working on bringing robots into our everyday lives, right? Nora asked. Alexander nodded. Yes, Velos Technology develops robots for everyday use. He even brought one that served as his personal butler. He referred to it as RTOX 3. I'm not sure what that means, but I found the robot both amusing and a bit creepy. The robot would whisper information into Max's ear. I imagine just reminding him of people's names and such like any assistant. That's impressive. His technology has advanced quite far since I've last seen him, Justin said. He seemed particularly upset after speaking with Alice Miniker. The movie star, Nora said excitedly. Nora had never really cared about movie stars until she retired. Now, instead of studying or doing surgery, she spent her time watching movies. Alice Miniker was an action movie star that Nora loved. She reminded Nora of her time as Black Cat, although Alice's moves were clearly choreographed. Nora would have loved to meet her. Yes, Alexander replied. She clearly wasn't interested in whatever Mr. Kensington had to say. Alice was gorgeous and surely had high standards. She was always rumored to be with different highly powerful men, but never confirmed any of those relationships. Gerald Peterson from Grocerite, the food company, was constantly vying for the Queen's attention, but she seemed to be bothered by him. He was... Justin put his hand up and interrupted his son. You said there was an emergency, Alexander. We don't need to get the full guest list. It's the middle of the night. Please, let's get to the point. Alexander sighed. He could no longer look his parents in the eye. He took a deep breath in. Just as he was about to speak, a knock at the door. Nora and Justin turned.
She found me, Alexander gulped.
Who found you? Nora asked. Is someone after you? The person at the door pounded even louder. Alexander nodded. Yes, she's after me. Nora quickly sprung into action, grabbing the bat. Put the bat down, Mum, I'll answer it. Nora raised an eyebrow and slowly put the bat down. You're going to open the door for someone who's after you? Justin asked, curious about his son's confusing actions tonight. She'll only get madder if I keep her waiting, Alexander said as he hurried toward the door. After Alexander left the room, Justin and Nora gave each other a curious look. What had their son gotten himself into? They listened as the door opened. I knew you would run home to your mummy and daddy, the woman yelled as she pushed her way into the house. Nora recognized that voice, although it was a lot more mature than she remembered. They're the only people I can trust to help, Alexander replied. Justin shook his head, realizing that if that girl was here, this meant big trouble. Alexander looked down as he re-entered the kitchen, the girl still yelling at him. How could you leave me back there without saying a thing? She yelled. I didn't have time to say goodbye. I needed to get help as soon as possible. The girl turned to Alexander's parents. Hello, Mr. Hunt and Mrs. Smith. I'm sorry to storm into your home like this so late at night, but I had no other choice. Even furious, the girl had her manners. The girl was Princess Lucy. It's no problem, Princess Lucy, Nora replied. Lucy and Alexander returned to the kitchen table. Lucy was in a huff, while Alexander stared at the ground. Lucy was a young woman now. She was very pretty and carried herself in a manner far past her years. She seemed much older than Alexander, who, while much more mature than he used to be, still carried himself with the bravado of a teenage boy. So, what's your plan to fix this before word gets out to anyone? Lucy asked, looking expectantly at Nora and Justin. Lucy, we don't know what we're supposed to be fixing, Justin answered, bothered to be woken up by all this hectic commotion. Lucy gently elbowed Alexander. You didn't even have the guts to tell them yet. The teenage boy scowled. I was explaining the whole situation when you got here. You interrupted me. Lucy rolled her eyes, annoyed by Alexander's stalling. Lucy finally explained what was happening. My mother, the Queen, is missing. The Queen is missing, Nora gasped. Justin and Nora looked at each other. This really was an emergency. Missing? How can she just be missing? Justin asked, incredulous. That's what I was trying to explain, Alexander protested. We don't have time to explain. We need to find my mother, Lucy pouted. We're going to need all the information if we're going to be able to find her, Justin said, trying to calm Lucy down. Lucy took a deep breath. Fine. Go on and finish explaining, Xander. Well, let's see. Yeah, I told you about some of the guests. Everyone was milling about. The tea does not have assigned tables. My mother likes to mingle freely during her annual tea, not get stuck talking to one table. Lucy adds, that way everyone feels prioritized. Otherwise everyone would be fighting over which table they sit at. Where was the tea? At the palace? Justin was growing tired with their meandering way of explaining the situation. Nora was sympathetic that these two young adults were clearly in a state of panic. They were not necessarily thinking clearly or explaining themselves well. The tea is always held at the palace, Lucy explained. There's never been an issue before. It's the safest place in the world. What was the security detail? Nora asked. The security was as high level as it ever is, Alexander insisted. We had all of the Queen's guards deployed, both around her personally and constantly surveying the perimeter. There was even extra hired help from Carl and his assassins. Bodyguards now, they're bodyguards. Nora clarified. Yes, Carl's bodyguards. We allowed some of our guests to bring 1 or 2 personal bodyguards, but we didn't allow them to have their entire own security detail. Alexander continued. The whole place was as tight as always. We knew every single person attending, from the caterers to the janitors. Nobody got in or out without us knowing. Every exit was sealed and guarded. Only 2 entrances were in use, one for the staff and one for the guests. Tell us more about the lead-up to the Queen going missing, Justin urged, trying to get the relevant details with less of Alexander's nervous rambling. She had just had a long talk with Mr. Kensington. I stood by her, but out of earshot of what exactly they were talking about. He seemed to have upset her, and she walked very quickly away from him. He tried to get her attention again, perhaps to apologise, but she had moved away too fast for him. He obviously didn't want to make a scene by chasing her, so he just stood there. The Queen walked right past Alice Miniker and Mr. Peterson. They were deep in conversation with each other and didn't seem to be bothered by the Queen brushing past them. However, Duchess Abigail reached out to the Queen as she walked past. Duchess Abigail? Nora asked. She wasn't familiar with that Duchess. She recently married the Duke of Chamsbury, Princess Lucy explained. She was obviously the most knowledgeable about the nobility in England. He was a long-time bachelor. Everybody thought he would die without a wife or an heir, but Duchess Abigail somehow finally nabbed him. People say it's like she put a spell on him. He never let a woman into his life for more than a couple of months, but Duchess Abigail got a ring on her finger within a year. I've heard they're trying for a baby, but having some difficulty. Well, as I trailed the Queen, I saw Duchess Abigail go to grab the Queen's hand. The Queen pulled her hand back, and I thought for a moment that I might need to physically restrain Duchess Abigail. But she pulled her hand away immediately, realising it was rude for her to try to reach out and grab the Queen. I heard that the Duchess Abigail was a bartender before she met the Duke of Chamsbury, Lucy added. She clearly is a woman with few manners. All the manners she did learn were obviously in a tavern. The Queen seemed awfully upset as she went to exit the room, Alexander said. Once we were out of sight from the rest of the party, I asked the Queen if she was all right and if she needed something. The Queen told me that she was fine and just needed to use the bathroom. She was clearly very upset about something. She almost seemed like she was on the verge of tears, but I know the Queen would never break down like that, not in front of me at least. She's my own mother and I've never seen her cry, Lucy said. I told the Queen I would get one of the female guards to join her in the bathroom, and the Queen scoffed at me like I was ridiculous. She said she's an adult who can use the bathroom on her own. I felt embarrassed to have angered the Queen further. I'm sure my whole face turned bright red. So I merely stood outside the bathroom, waiting for the Queen. But I waited and waited. I would never dare rush the Queen in the bathroom, so I waited patiently. I could hear rumbling in the main room of people asking where the Queen had run off to. I began to worry, so I knocked very politely, but I heard no reply. I thought she might have passed out or something. Perhaps she wasn't feeling well and that's why she'd been acting so odd before. I knocked a little bit harder, but not hard enough to draw too much attention. But there was still no reply. I knew I might be about to barge in on the Queen, but it was a risk I had to take. I quickly and carefully picked the lock and opened the door just a crack. I asked one more time if the Queen was all right, but I got no response. So I fully opened the door, and she was gone, without a trace. She just vanished? Justin asked. There were no windows in the bathroom, only a small vent that she could have never fit through. I don't know how it could have happened, but she was gone. Lucy burst into tears. It's all Alexander's fault that my mother is missing. That's not fair, Alexander argued. I was just doing as I was told. Nora understood how her son could have made the mistake. After all, he was just trying to respect the Queen's privacy. Though she knew he should have gotten a female guard, despite the Queen's disapproval.
Lucy was crying as she shook her head. "You're supposed to protect her, and now she's gone." Justin patted Princess Lucy's shoulder, hoping to provide some paternal comfort to the concerned girl. "You're sure there was no other exit from the bathroom?" Nora asked as she rubbed her hand on her tired face. Her mind still thought there might be an intruder to catch, but she reminded herself that everything was okay as she thought about the situation. How could the Queen have vanished out of thin air? With only 2 entrances to the tea party, surely someone would have seen her be carried out of the palace. Lucy nodded. "Of course I'm sure. I've gone to that bathroom my entire life and have never seen any other ways out." Looking to his son, Justin asked, "And you didn't hear anything from inside the bathroom?" Alexander shook his head. "Between the loud conversations and trying to avoid hearing Her Majesty in the bathroom, no, not a peep." "That's strange," Nora said aloud as she paced around the kitchen. Nora and Justin's house was beautiful and grand, using Justin's wealth to set themselves up in a cozy place with every amenity they could imagine. "No noise, no entrance," Nora said as she listened to Lucy and Alexander argue. Lucy yelled, "Why wouldn't you check on her?" Alexander scoffed. "I'm not one to interrupt a lady's time in the restroom. I was being polite." "You're a bodyguard, not a butler," Lucy retorted. Justin watched his wife pace around the room, knowing that she must have been thinking through the night. She was always good at finding the missing piece of the puzzle. It was one of the things he loved most about her. Shaking his head, Alexander looked at the counter. "Don't you think I feel bad already, Lucy? I just started, and I have all these expectations that I'll succeed, and I screwed up." Lucy continued, "How do you even lose a person, let alone the most important person in the world?" Nora stopped and looked at Lucy. "Do you know what Kensington said to her?" Shaking her head, Lucy answered, "No, she wasn't one to keep me informed on her conversations. I think she liked to keep me innocent and away from some of those terribly powerful players." "She must be a wonderful mother," Nora said as she thought about her deceased mother. Lucy shrugged, her face turning dark. She did her duty. She shook off the sadness taking over her face. "How are we going to find her? Alexander made us come all the way back here because he swore you two could help." Alexander said, "Nora is the top assassin in the entire world, and my father is the most important and wealthiest man alive." Of course, any young woman would hesitate at a man bringing his parents into such an ordeal. But in this case, Nora and Justin were exactly what Princess Lucy needed to find her mother. "What did the other palace guards have to say?" Nora asked. Lucy shrugged. "They're conducting a search, but I don't trust any of them except Alexander." Justin crinkled his brow. "Why not?" "People are hungry for the Queen's power, and they have a way of manipulating the people closest to her," Lucy said, anger bubbling in her voice. It was clear she had seen many attempts at her mother's life, but this was by far the most concerning. Nora nodded as she looked at her husband. "We'll want to keep the team tight on this operation. Princess Lucy is right. Anyone could be to blame, and we don't want to show our cards." "Well, we know one person who is most definitely to blame," Lucy said as she glared at Alexander, who was sheepishly huddled on the kitchen counter. Nora couldn't help but laugh at her strong son, intimidated by such a fiery young woman. Of course, she felt bad that her son may have been responsible for such an error, but Nora had a feeling something else was going on. With so many powerful players at the annual tea party, any one of the guests could have been involved in the Queen's disappearance, especially since so many of her conversations that night had been tense. Justin asked, "Do you know of anyone who has a recent issue with the Queen?" Alexander shrugged. "People always want to tear her down, but whoever it was must have been waiting for her in the restroom."
or else I would have seen them enter the room." Justin nodded. His son was right. One way or another, the kidnapper must have been inside. How long had they waited for the Queen before snatching her from the party? And how had they managed to sneak past all of her security guards? Having been inside the palace a number of times, Justin found it hard to believe that anyone but his own wife could sneak the Queen out of the palace undetected. But he had been wrong before, and maybe someone had grown as cunning as Nora since they retired. A part of him was afraid to jump back into the fight, having loved the peace and quiet. Being a parent with Nora had been one of the great joys of his life. But as he watched Nora spin over all of the possibilities, he knew he'd give anything to see her in action one more time. As if struck by lightning, Nora stood up straight and looked at Lucy. "You swear there was no other entrance and Alexander was paying close attention?" "Not close enough," Lucy said with a scowl as she looked to Alexander. But how could anyone get through such a heavily guarded facility without being caught? Nora asked as she paced. Alexander shrugged. "Mum, what are you getting at?" Nora turned to face them, a dark look on her face. Unless the Queen wasn't kidnapped at all. Lucy shook her head at the implication that the Queen hadn't been kidnapped. No, she must have been kidnapped. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. Nora and Justin watched carefully as she unfolded the paper. Even Alexander looked confused. "I know you may want to spare your son the embarrassment of having lost the Queen, Nora, but I found this letter among my things after she went missing," Lucy said as she handed the paper to Nora. Nora's eyes scanned the page. Cut-out pieces of newspaper created the words on the page. "If you want to see your precious Queen alive, you'll have to tell the truth. All of it." Reading over his wife's shoulder, Justin groaned. "This isn't good." But as Nora met her husband's eyes, she could tell he also thought the letter was strange. Why hadn't Lucy presented this sooner? Nora wondered why a kidnapper would leave such a vague note. If there was some sort of royal family secret, Nora would have to find out what it was in order to save the Queen. Or maybe the letter was vague on purpose. Perhaps they wanted Alexander to bring his parents to them. Nora shook the thought away. She was just paranoid after years of the mysterious organization getting involved. "What truth could they mean?" Alexander asked, turning to Lucy. But all she offered was a shrug before saying, "I don't know. No one else seems to know what it could mean. My mother always kept me out." Nora sighed. She knew what it felt like to be excluded from family secrets, and just how dangerous missing information could be. They needed to find the Queen as quickly as possible. It was hard to believe someone had the skill to remove the Queen from the palace. At least, someone who wasn't standing in this very kitchen. But Nora had no choice but to accept the truth, and her son had now made it her job to solve the crime. Alexander shook his head. "I really thought no one could get out of there without my knowing." Nora hugged her son, hoping to comfort him on his mistake, but he shrugged her off and crossed his arms. "Now what will we do?" As Nora looked around her beautiful house, a part of her wanted to stay there forever. She loved watching movies with Justin and managing the garden. But after the way she grew up, a part of her would always long for adventure. And maybe this was her chance to help save the world one more time. She looked to her husband. Seeing the concern on his face, she smiled and said, "We're going to fly to London and find the Queen." By 8 in the morning, Nora had chartered a private jet to take them across the Atlantic. Justin had packed their bags, while Lucy and Alexander dove into more detail about the moments before and after the Queen's disappearance. A black SUV had arrived outside the house with a driver who helped them load their bags. Nora had missed traveling in such luxury.
She had made sure to pack any weapons and equipment she may need. Of course, once they made a home base in London, she would have even more gear ready to go. Nora and Justin sat together in the back seat as Princess Lucy and Alexander squeezed into the back row. It was a quick drive to the airport. Justin had made sure to select a home that could let them be on the tarmac within 15 minutes. Once the car was parked, Nora got out of the car and climbed up the jet's stairs. Their bags were loaded inside as each of them settled into their seats. Justin sat across from his wife, with a wood table separating them. Lucy and Alexander sat at the neighboring table, avoiding each other's gaze. As much as Nora understood Lucy's frustration at Alexander, she did wish the princess could forgive him. After all, he was being the respectful man that Nora had raised him to be. "You sure you're ready?" Justin asked in a whisper. Nora nodded and replied, "I think I'm excited." "That the Queen is missing?" Justin questioned with a grin. Nora shrugged and laughed. It had been a long time since they had gone on a mission together, but it felt so natural to be diving right back in. Within a few moments, the plane's engines turned on and the doors were sealed as the plane took off. Nora always loved watching the wheels lift off the ground as they soared into the sky. But Justin wasn't one to love air travel, instead closing his eyes as they took off. Nora tapped her hand on the table in front of her. She stopped. "What do you make of the Queen and the Duchess?" It was a detail of Lucy and Alexander's story that had stood out to Nora. Why would the Queen deny the comfort of her own family when she was clearly distressed? Justin shrugged. "She doesn't seem to understand the rules of the monarchy. Touching the Queen in public like that was rude." But how could that be all? Nora wondered as a flight attendant placed 2 champagne glasses on the table for Nora and Justin. They thanked her as she headed back to her quarters. It would be a long flight, and Nora needed to make sure she slept. After all, once they arrived in London, it was hard to imagine there would be any time for rest. Before she could drift off to sleep, Alexander turned to Nora and asked, "What are we even going to do there? We don't have any information." It was a question Nora had been mulling over for some time. After all these years, she was afraid she had lost her touch, that all of her incredible skills would be gone. But she knew deep down that those talents were still a part of her, and she knew exactly who to call on for help. Justin smirked as he turned toward his wife. Nora sat up and looked at them. "We're going to need a little help from some old friends." Before she knew it, Nora was being awoken from her rest by Justin. They had spent most of the flight getting ready for their mission. Nora had reached out to a few old friends for help, while Justin began locating a place to call headquarters. Once they got off the plane, Nora, Justin, Princess Lucy, and Alexander were greeted by a waiting SUV that would drive them to their next location. "Any luck finding a place for us to land?" Alexander asked. Of course, Justin had to keep his hunt under wraps, not wanting to alert any major players in London that they were coming to town. The less people who knew about the mission, the better. Most of the world's top spies, hackers, and assassins would be racing to find the Queen, each assuming the reward would be far worth the trouble. The drive into London was quick, and before they knew it, the SUV was rolling to a stop outside of a massive old warehouse. "This is the best you could do?" Nora asked her husband. Justin shrugged and winked. "Take a look inside before you judge." They hopped out of the car and waited for the driver to pull off before heading inside. Alexander carried the bags, almost dropping them every few feet, forcing a giggle from Princess Lucy. Nora grabbed the rusty handle on a massive steel door and swung it open. Inside was a stunning renovated warehouse with natural light pouring from massive windows. "Not too shabby," Nora smiled as she looked around the place. Justin had it fitted with equipment rooms, bunk beds, security systems, and more. Nora couldn't lie. It was impressive, and her husband's ability to get complex tasks completed was part of why she loved him so dearly. With a full kitchen and food fully stocking the fridge and cabinets, the team would be able to camp out here for as long as they needed. She felt a rush of excitement in her body as she wandered inside. A rush that was doubled when she saw a few familiar faces. "No kidding," Nora said as she walked right up to Brenda Hunt. "How are you, Brenda?" Alexander's mouth dropped open. "Hi, Auntie Brenda." Justin was smart to call on his sister, a secret agent and the head of Interpol for such a sensitive mission. Not only would she have great connections, but she would also be able to handle sticky situations. Nora asked, "Where's Solo?" Brenda leaned in and whispered, "Secret mission for the United States government. He sends his love, but I brought some other friends." She stepped aside to reveal Professor Wayne Myers. Nora was surprised to see he had aged in the years she'd been retired, but she knew his mind would be our greatest asset. He was creative and, of course, just the type of grumpy every team needs. "Nora, Justin," was the warmest greeting Wayne could offer. He moved over for Olivia to say hello. Nora's mouth dropped open. "My God, it's been some time since you graduated." She brought her old friend into a hug. Olivia was the top mind in her class at Stav when Nora attended while she was undercover in Switzerland. Certainly, her mind for quantum physics would be of great help in finding the appropriate tech for their mission. Looking around, Nora could not have been more pleased with the team they had assembled. Just when she thought it couldn't get any better, a familiar figure waltzed through the warehouse door. "Starting without me?" Zach's voice called. Nora nodded. Should have been on time. A former teammate of Cheryl's back in her esports days, Zach was the closest Nora could get to bringing her own daughter on board. But she swore she wouldn't put her daughter in danger ever again, so Zach would have to do. Justin looked around and smiled at the crew he had assembled. He, of course, would serve as the muscle alongside his son Alexander. His financial support would be a huge part in making the mission a success. And who else could be trusted to be the brains of the entire operation but his wife, Nora? She was an expert in multiple fields and had saved them all at least a few times each. Justin knew even if they had to work alone, Nora would find the Queen and bring her back safely. "Well, this is quite the crew," Princess Lucy quipped excitedly. Maybe she wasn't lying after all about being excluded from her mother's business. Otherwise, Nora thought, she may have been more used to missions like this. Nora nodded. "Let's get to work." Each member began setting up their stations. Zach settled himself at a bay of computers, immediately beginning to look into who had taken the Queen, using his incredible hacking skills. Professor Myers and Olivia began discussing how they could provide the team with the appropriate equipment. After a moment, Lucy made her way over to Zach and began to explain. "The Queen always has a tracker on her, but no one has access to its location. Of course, that will mean every hacker in the world will be trying to break the encryption." "Well, lucky for you, I'm the best in the world," Zach winked. From afar, Justin yelled, "As if. Don't you remember who taught you everything you know? She's standing right in front of you." Nora laughed at her husband and how insistent he was that she get the recognition she had earned. Alexander watched while he helped Nora unpack their equipment. "We're going to find her, right?" Nora nodded. "Of course we are. I've never failed a mission and I don't plan on starting now." "Was it my fault?" he asked, unable to meet his mother's gaze. Taking in a deep breath, Nora was careful to reply, "No. You were doing your best, and this is an unusual occurrence. Everyone at the party was vetted. Someone slipped through the cracks." Alexander nodded, still not picking his head up. "And you're going to fix it." Nora added, giving him a hug. He sat up straighter, knowing he would make it right. He didn't want Lucy to blame him, especially if they couldn't find the Queen soon. The warehouse door swung open once more, the entire team swiveling their heads to see who was entering.
"Don't get excited, just old Captain Morris."
His booming voice filled the space as he wandered inside. Justin shook his head and welcomed him to the team. Nora had known that they would likely need backup from Special Forces if things went south, and Captain Morris was the perfect connection. With the team complete, Nora settled into research. Justin had laid out blueprints of the palace on the table as the team began brainstorming how the kidnappers could have gotten the Queen out without anyone seeing. Of course, there weren't any special exits noted on the plans, but Nora hoped to find something in the writings that would indicate a structural exit. Before they could dig too deep into the plans, Zack hollered from across the room,
"I think I found her."
"We've got her coordinates," Zack chirped. "They won't be able to escape much longer." "Now, where exactly is that?" Princess Lucy asked. Alexander looked at the location of the tracker. He looked puzzled. "This is saying the Queen is located in the middle of the Atlantic, moving towards Spain. Are they taking her to Europe?" "Is the tracker moving or stable?" Nora asked. Zack checked the history of the tracker.
"It looks to be stable. It hasn't moved for hours."
"So that's the final spot for now," Alexander deduced. "She must be in some sort of boat hideout. Who would be taking her out to sea?"
"We don't have time for that," Justin snapped. "We need to get us a boat, and a fast one."
"I'm sure the Royal Navy has ships that I can get us," Lucy offered. "Yeah, let's get the fastest ship the Royal Navy has," Alexander agreed. "No, it's too conspicuous," Nora said. "We have to assume we're going into a battle. They'll easily spot any of the ships the Royal Navy has. They'll be on the lookout for all of them. If the people who took the Queen were able to break into Buckingham Palace, they are clearly very knowledgeable of the British line of defence. Brenda, what do you have for us?" Everyone looked to Brenda, who was already on the phone. She nodded, speaking into the phone. "Thank you, we'll be there shortly." Brenda hung up. "I've got us the fastest boat in Europe. It's sleek, equipped with radar blocking devices. They won't see us coming." Captain Morris looked excited.
"Oh, you're all in for a real treat."
Nora nodded. Alexander smiled, impressed. His mother had been out of the game for a few years, but she was still always one step ahead of everyone else. He has a lot to learn from her. The team quickly travelled to what looked like an abandoned dock in the middle of nowhere. Are you sure we're in the right place?" Olivia asked, looking concerned at her surroundings. Everyone looked concerned as they walked towards a dilapidated wooden dock. It looked as if it might fall apart if just one of them stepped on it. But Brenda, Nora, and Justin walked ahead confidently.
"Is that thing safe?"
Professor Myers asked. "Where's the boat?" Zack asked.
"Didn't we come here to find a boat?"
Brenda, Captain Morris, Nora, and Justin walked to the end of the dilapidated dock. The others waited by the edge, too nervous to step on. Alexander was the first of the group to step onto the dock. It creaked under his footsteps. The others looked terrified, wondering if it was going to break under the weight of everyone on it. Suddenly, someone grabbed Lucy's hand. Lucy looked down to see Alexander holding her hand. She looked back up to see him smiling and looking at her. "I've got you," Alexander said. Lucy blushed and the corners of her lips spasmed. "I'm your bodyguard too, after all. It's my job to protect you," Alexander said with a smile. "Yes, it is your duty to protect me." Lucy held Alexander's hand back. Holding each other tight, Alexander led Lucy across the creaky wood of the dock. Can you all hurry up already? Brenda called out, annoyed at the end of the dock. We're going into a potential battlefield. You can't seriously be afraid already. Zach was the next to be brave and walk forward towards the others. Olivia and Professor Myers quickly followed, embarrassed by Brenda's chastising. They all stood together at the end of the dock. Nora barely concealed a smirk as she looked down to see Princess Lucy and Alexander still holding hands. Noticing the subtle look from Nora, Princess Lucy suddenly felt self-conscious about still holding Alexander's hand while they just stood there. She pulled her hand away. Alexander looked hurt, like he already missed her hand in his. I think I'm okay now, Princess Lucy said, not wanting to hurt Alexander's feelings. Alexander, also feeling awkward, ran his hand through his hair. Justin turned away so the kids wouldn't see him smiling at his son's awkward embarrassment. While he seemed mature in many ways, like leading the Queen's security team, he was still very much an awkward teenage boy. Maybe his father needed to show him how to be a bit smoother with the ladies. Justin was impressed Alexander would go after a princess, but after all, the men in their family always went for women far out of their leagues. So we just wait for the boat to arrive? Olivia asked, arms crossed, chilly on the end of the dock. Now that we're all gathered, Brenda smirked as she looked at Nora and Justin. Nora nodded. Brenda clapped twice. A swell appeared next to the dock. The others turned, confused, watching the swell rise. Out from the swell came a sleek black boat, hiding just below the surface this whole time. Zach looked absolutely thrilled. Look at that thing. The boat looked almost like a panther, all slick, shiny, and black. The Sea Viper, our fastest and most discreet boat, Brenda explained. Is it a submersible? Professor Myers asked. It's semi-submersible. It does not have full submarine capabilities, but it can go just below the surface if we need to avoid being seen. Brenda elaborated. That's sick. Zach was giddy, looking at this boat that seemed right out of a video game. As the Sea Viper rose to the surface, the roof expanded into what looked more like a normal boat, with a deck and a roof. A slick black plank fell over onto the dock, giving them a way onto the boat. Brenda walked on first, going right to the captain's seat, but Captain Morris spoke up before she got to the captain's seat. Mind if I take this one out for a ride? Captain Morris said playfully with a smirk. She's all yours, Brenda said. Captain Morris clapped his hands together as he took a seat behind the complicated machinery of the captain's seat. The others followed after her and Captain Morris. Alexander again offered out his hand to Lucy, but she politely declined. I think I've got it from here, but thank you. All right then, Alexander said, trying to hide his disappointment. Justin shook his head at his son's folly. The boy should know not to be too eager. It might scare her away. Here are the coordinates. Zach handed the GPS to Brenda. Brenda examined it carefully. Are we all ready to set sail? Brenda asked. Everyone replied affirmatively. I would suggest that everybody sits down, Brenda said with a smile. Everybody but Alexander did what she said and took a seat. Brenda gave Alexander a look. I want to be on the lookout. I'll stand. Suit yourself, Brenda said with a spasm in the corner of her mouth. Brenda turned the engine on and the boat roared to life, accelerating quickly. Alexander fell right down on his behind, unable to stand with the incredible thrust forward. Told you so, Brenda smiled. Alexander, embarrassed, quickly pulled himself onto the empty chair next to Lucy. Are you all right? She asked. I'm fine, Alexander replied. Stand when we get much closer to the coordinates. Nora said to Alexander. Alexander nodded. Lucy leaned in and whispered to Alexander, "Perhaps I should have been holding your hand." Alexander had to turn away so Lucy wouldn't notice his face turn bright red. Alexander stammered, unable to even voice a response to her. An hour later, the Sea Viper neared the coordinates. Other boats would have taken much longer, but the Sea Viper was a unique vehicle. "Prepare to submerge," Captain Morris said as he clicked a button. The boat jumped back to life as the roof began to seal above their heads. Zach looked particularly excited, in awe of such a machine. The boat sealed itself and went slightly underwater, so as not to be seen when they neared the boat that the Queen was being held on. The boat took another half-hour to get to the coordinates. Captain Morris looked down to double-check they were in the right place. "We're here," he said. Captain Morris looked through a periscope that allowed him to see the surface. "That's strange. Brenda, here, look at this." Brenda looked through the periscope. She also seemed confused. "That is certainly strange," Brenda agreed. "What's strange?" Alexander asked. The whole team stood up, springing back to life. "We're going back up," Captain Morris said. "Go back up? They'll see us then," Alexander said in a panic. "We must stay submerged." Captain Morris ignored him and pushed a button. The boat started to rise and the roof came down. Alexander's fear turned to confusion as he looked around the boat. The whole team was confused. You're positive this is it?" Olivia asked, nervous. Alexander looked confused. "Maybe they've moved?" "Nope, the tracker is still right here," Captain Morris said. Nora looked around. There was nothing but open ocean. So where was the Queen? Everyone looked around, completely confused. "We must not be at the right location yet. There's absolutely nothing here," Alexander said as he looked out on the ocean, scratching his head. "These are the right coordinates, kid," Captain Morris replied, annoyed that this child would dare to doubt him. There's nothing for miles, as far as the eye can see," Olivia said as she scratched her head. "There are birds," Nora said nonchalantly, looking up at the flock of seabirds flying around the boat. The others looked confused at Nora's comment and ignored her. "There was supposed to be a boat here," Alexander insisted. He turned to Zach. "You must have gotten us the wrong coordinates. How do we know this is correct?" Zach looked down at the GPS. "Hey, buddy, I'm positive I did this correctly, so don't go pointing fingers because you're frustrated. Are you sure these are the Queen's exact coordinates? What if you've got the location of another tracker?" Alexander barked at Zach. "Hey, I just used the information I was given. And what other tracker would even be out here? We're in the middle of the Atlantic." Alexander looked confused, trying to think. Lucy turned white as a ghost, completely unable to speak. Olivia hugged her arms to her chest. It's clear to me that we've been deceived." Zach raised his eyebrows. "You think we've been tricked?" "You've got the correct coordinates, and there's absolutely nothing to be seen here. They knew we would get the location of the Queen's tracker, so they hacked it to tell us a place in the middle of nowhere. We've spent all of this time going completely out to sea, while they could be who knows where with the actual Queen." Professor Myers nodded his head at Olivia's explanation. "The Queen surely has state-of-the-art technology. You wouldn't be able to hack the tracker so easily. So these coordinates are incorrect. That's why we're in the middle of the ocean with no Queen in sight." "We're clearly dealing with highly adept kidnappers," Brenda huffed. "The fact that they took her out of Buckingham Palace with a guard stationed right outside her bathroom and an entire party going on shows us that we are not dealing with ordinary criminals." "So you think they've sent us on a wild goose chase into the middle of the ocean?" Justin asked, both frustrated at the situation and slightly impressed at being fooled by the tracker. Nora, not joining in on all the arguing, noticed that Princess Lucy still looked pale as a ghost. Princess Lucy held on tight to the edge of the boat as she looked into the ocean, her knuckles turning white. Nora subtly walked over to Princess Lucy and put a hand on her back, rubbing. Nora's maternal instincts always kicked in, even in the midst of a crisis. While the others were trying to solve the kidnapping of an incredibly important political figure, Lucy was just worried if her mother was okay. "It's going to be okay," Nora whispered to Princess Lucy. "Don't you worry." Princess Lucy didn't respond, still looking out at the wide, empty sea. You couldn't even see a sliver of land from here. This felt like the most isolated place in the world, with churning water as far as the eye could see. A short distance away, the group was still arguing. Alexander paced around, eager to jump into some action and get away from this empty ocean. "Well, what do we do now then? If they hacked the tracker, perhaps we could hack it back," Zach suggested. Justin, noticing that Nora was preoccupied with comforting Lucy, walked over to Zach. "Let's figure this one out," Justin said, patting Zach on the back. Zach surveyed him. "You're a skilled hacker?" Justin nodded. Zach was impressed. Cheryl's family sure was a group of incredible people. There was obviously something magical in that gene pool. Zach wished his family was as cool as hers. Justin took the device from Zach, trying to break into the code of the tracker. Alexander paced nervously, anxious to get moving again. "We may as well go back to the shore," Alexander said. "They must really be in the opposite direction if they led us here to waste our time." Within minutes, Justin was already in the system. "Hold on." Justin raised a hand. "Hold on? Can't you hack while we get closer to the shore? We're wasting even more time just sitting in the middle of nowhere, falling right into their trap." "I said, hold on. Don't talk back to me," Justin said, getting annoyed as he tried to focus on the code. Alexander sighed, embarrassed to be chastised by his father in front of the rest of them. When he was on his own, he felt so confident and mature when he worked. But now that his parents were here, he felt just like little Xander again. Justin shook his head as he finished hacking. "The tracker looks clean, like it hasn't been hacked. They haven't done anything to it to manipulate it digitally," Justin explained to the group. Professor Myers reacted with surprise. "So they took the tracker off her, then?" "The tracker is embedded into her body," Alexander explained. "It had to have been hacked. Check it again, Father." "So the Queen is here," Nora said, finally speaking up to the group. "What do you mean?" Alexander was thoroughly confused. "She's not here. Have you not been paying attention at all?" Justin held out a stern hand. "Don't speak that way to your mother." His son bowed his head. I'm sorry. I'm just stressed as we need to be getting out of here as quickly as possible and finding out where the Queen actually is. We don't have time to keep arguing. And it's crystal clear that the Queen isn't here." "Check the underwater radar," Nora instructed Brenda. Brenda immediately got to work on the control panel, looking at the radar. "I've been checking it," Brenda explained. "There's nothing significant here like a submarine or anything. Nothing that my radar is picking up, at least." Justin peered over her shoulder. "What are you seeing?" "There's certainly some movement under the sea, but it looks like all just typical fish." Brenda shrugged. "There's nothing large." Zach began to sound nervous. "If there's nothing large like a submarine to keep her captive, then we've clearly been tricked and need to find her actual coordinates immediately." Lucy, still white as a ghost, finally broke her silence. "My mother could still be down there." "How could she be down there?" Zach asked. "There's nothing down there but fish. Weren't you listening to Brenda?" Lucy replied, "If they threw her body overboard." "But what good would a dead queen be if you want ransom?" Alexander argued. Nora nodded. Her son was right. If this kidnapper wanted to reveal family secrets, murdering the Queen would not help that goal. There was only one thing to do. "Bring me the wetsuit," Nora called. Justin sprang into action, grabbing one of the two wetsuits. He said,
"I'll come with you."
Before he could start to suit up, Alexander stepped forward and argued,
"No, I'll go."
Justin shook his head, not wanting to allow his son to be put in danger. Of course, he knew Alexander was a capable fighter, but Justin couldn't stand the idea of something happening to Nora on his watch. "Dad, please. I got us into this mess. I need to fix it." His eyes were dark as he thought about his mistake. Nora nodded. "He'll come with me. Suit up." They both found a place to slip on the wetsuits, which were fitted with bright lights and a few weapons, just in case. Both of them were handed a special breathing device that would allow them to stay submerged without lugging an oxygen tank with them. Nora was thrilled to be going into the water. Of course, the stakes were high, but she loved the adventure and solving this mystery. And based on the seagulls that had flown overhead, she had a strong feeling the Queen was here somewhere. Nora just needed to figure out where exactly. Alexander and Nora approached the edge of the boat where a small gap would allow them to jump into the water with ease. Captain Morris shouted to them from the captain's chair,
"Remember, there are predators in these waters. This far out and they'll be suspicious of you immediately. Move fast."
"When have I ever moved slow?" Nora asked with a wink before nodding to her son. At the same time, they leapt off the boat and plunged into the water. The wetsuit kept some of their warmth in, but the cold of the Atlantic crept in. Nora shook her head, trying to focus her mind on finding the Queen. She blinked her eyes to look deeper into the dark abyss, but couldn't see anything. She signaled to Alexander that she wanted to go deeper, turning her body and swimming downward. Alexander followed his mother and scanned the deep blue for any signs of the Queen. As they swam, Nora felt a strange vibration in the water. It was unlike anything she had felt before. There was a sense of danger, but also a feeling that they were close to something man-made. She wouldn't have been able to explain it, but she kept swimming. Alexander signaled for them to head back up. Nora could tell her son must have thought they had swum deep enough, that if they were going to find the Queen, they would have by now. And if Nora was looking for a dead body, she would have agreed, but she wasn't. Instead, she was looking for something else, knowing that kidnappers this smart would not just ditch the Queen's body in the ocean. So, Nora kept swimming. And before she knew it, she thought she saw something. She blinked to try and clear her vision. Once her eyes focused on it, she was certain that there were lights under the ocean. And if she wasn't mistaken, a large, clear dome. She pointed down at it, watching Alexander's eyes notice the base. Nora realized the base must have had some sort of radar blocking ability. It wasn't deep enough for them not to be detectable on the sonar. Alexander was shocked to see the base. Although he was excited to redeem himself, a part of him knew that there was nothing he alone could have done to have prevented the Queen's kidnapping. This kidnapper knew how to hide themselves well, and even though he wished he had done more, it seemed almost certain that the Queen would have been taken after the tea party. He followed Nora as she swam deeper into the ocean, getting closer to the bright lights of the underwater base. As they swam deeper, Nora's unsettled feeling grew strong. She turned her head and pushed her body through the water away from a lunging shark. Alexander maneuvered away from the shark's path as it circled around to try attacking them again. It moved quickly through the water, lunging at each of them as they moved. Thankfully, Nora wasn't surprised by the attack. A part of her knew they would find danger down here. She pulled out the long knife from the weapons belt around the waist of her wetsuit. As the shark got closer, she attempted to slash it, but the knife wouldn't penetrate its skin. Confused, Alexander grabbed the underwater gun he had on his belt and began to fire off shots at the shark.
Nora moved closer to her son, avoiding the stray bullets. The shark lunged closer, prompting Nora to use her talent for martial arts to kick the shark in the nose. The move forced the beast to turn away from them, allowing Alexander another opportunity to defeat it. In the haze of adrenaline, Nora could have sworn the shark had bright red eyes, unlike anything she had seen in the natural world. Alexander swam under the shark as it lunged toward Nora, hoping to get to its soft underbelly to land a blow. Nora knew he had made the shot when black liquid began to seep out of the shark as its movement slowed. For a moment, the shark drifted in the water as the mother-son duo caught their breath. Alexander and Nora began to swim again, diving down past the shark. Nora was proud of her son's work. He had been quick on his feet and a far more skilled fighter than she had realized. She still thought of him as a little kid, but clearly he was becoming a strong fighter, just like his parents. But through the water, a new sound drew their attention back up to the shark's no longer limp body. The sound of gears turning and computers booting could be heard even through the water. Nora had been right. This wasn't any old shark. It was a robotic shark that had another life in it. As the shark came back online, its metal body swimming toward Nora and Alexander, Nora knew she had been right. The lights she saw must have been a base. She knew a robotic shark wouldn't just be somewhere randomly in the middle of the Atlantic. Alexander let off another bullet from his gun. Even underwater, Nora could hear the bullet hit the metal of the shark's exterior. It was so loud, she was surprised she hadn't heard it during their first encounter. Maybe her retirement was showing. But the bullets alone wouldn't be enough, pinging off the shark's underbelly without breaching the hull. Nora needed to think fast. She pulled out a special welding tool that she had left on her suit just in case they encountered some type of metal while they were searching for the Queen. She'd need to get close enough to the shark's metal hull to melt it open. Hopefully, exposing its internal computers to the water would make it malfunction and shut down. Alexander kept darting away from the shark's snapping jaws, providing the perfect distraction as Nora tried to maneuver underneath it. If the shark was mechanical, it likely had a camera inside it that would report back to whoever was operating it. Nora knew that meant once they broke inside the base at the bottom of the ocean, they would likely be greeted by hostile enemies. But that had never stopped Nora from saving the day before. Slipping underneath the shark swiftly, Nora turned on the welder and brought it to the shark's metal stomach. She hoped Alexander would be able to distract the metal beast long enough for her to get to work. She watched as the metal began to melt under the intense heat. She could hear the shark thrashing against the heat and hear it crying out in pain. As if it was a real shark, the mechanical beast flinched away from the tool and tried to retreat, as if it could tell what Nora was trying to do. It didn't get far before coming in for another attack, though. Because it wasn't real, the shark could not feel pain and had no desire to save itself from being destroyed. It wouldn't stop short of destroying Nora once and for all. Instead, it lunged toward Nora, who tossed the welder to her son as she swam away from its jaws. Darting up, Alexander stretched his arms to grab the tool, catching it easily as he swam. With the welder in hand, he quickly made his way underneath the beast, anchoring his legs to its wide fins and slowing its movements while Nora distracted the beast. The shark tried to shake him off, whipping its tail fins to try and stop Alexander from bringing the hot welder to its stomach. But Alexander was strong, using his arms to bring the tool to the metal and drawing a line down its center. Nora watched in awe. Her son was far more powerful than she had imagined.
She swam closer and tried to smash in the shark's bright red eyes to disable any camera inside them. She took the butt of her knife and smashed the eyes until they lost color. The shark stopped floundering at its lost sight, unable to figure out what was attacking it. Alexander made a hole large enough to get inside with hands, a wave of bubbles releasing from the beast's mechanical stomach as his innards were exposed. He grabbed a fistful of the electrical pieces inside and yanked them out. His arms were exhausted from holding on as the shark tried to throw him off. As he looked to his mum, he hoped Nora would want to go back to the surface to grab backup before heading further down. But if he knew anything about her, it was that she was the most determined person he had ever met. Nothing, not even this robotic shark or the enemies that lay ahead, would stop her. This may be his only chance to take a look at what was inside the shark. Alexander stuck his head inside the beast and peered around. It was an impressive robot, more advanced than Alexander had seen. Clearly, whoever had engineered it knew their machinery well. He knew his sister Cheryl would have loved to take a chance to look at the complex machine, and so would Zach up on the boat. But as Nora looked inside too, she had seen something just as complex. She couldn't figure out what such a sophisticated robot was doing in the middle of the Atlantic, especially without any backup. Once the shark finally stopped moving, Nora strapped the welder back onto her belt, and she and Alexander began their descent toward the bright lights below them. A part of them thought it might start kicking again. It wasn't until the shark's shutdown form began to sink toward the bottom of the ocean that Nora truly believed that they had defeated the beast. Nora also wished they would have been able to bring the beast back to the surface. There may have been information about who built it inside. Nora knew Justin and the team must be worried on the surface. After all, they were only supposed to be gone for a few minutes. But Nora knew her husband trusted her and their son's ability to survive. And if anything happened to them, the radars would detect it. Alexander was shaken by the experience. If these kidnappers had access to such advanced technology, he feared what they had done to the Queen. And even though he argued with Princess Lucy about whose fault it really was, Alexander did feel like he had failed his responsibilities. They continued to dive deeper and deeper into the depths as the lights grew brighter. With technology this advanced, Nora started to understand how the kidnapper could have gotten the Queen out of the palace. As they got closer, a large base appeared, far larger than they had expected. Nora was certain the Queen must be inside, and it was up to her and Alexander to find her. The underwater base was far larger than Nora or Alexander had anticipated. By the time they were approaching the massive steel frame, Nora's arms were aching. Between the intense fight with the shark and diving so far underwater, she felt like her arms might fall off. But they had a mission to accomplish. They needed to find the Queen and bring her to safety. Alexander needed to rectify his error and make things right with Princess Lucy. Nora scanned the base for an entrance, some sort of door or window that would be easy to break without flooding the entire building. As they swam, both Nora and Alexander kept an eye out for any other enemies, certain there would be more. After a moment, Nora spotted a door that was labeled Holding Tank. She was certain it would be the easiest entrance. They could break into the first door and then quietly seal off the water behind them. She motioned for Alexander to follow her to the door. Once they landed on the small platform just outside the door, Nora pulled out her welder. Before they started the difficult process of melting the lock, Alexander gave the door a tug, hoping that it might just open. But it didn't. Nora had worked with locked doors hundreds of times before, but this was her first time breaking into an underwater base to rescue the Queen. This was a far bigger adventure than she had bargained for when coming out of retirement. And in this moment, a part of her wished she was sitting on her and Justin's couch enjoying a movie. But as she held the welder in her hand, she lit up with excitement. Nora got to work, melting the metal, holding the hot welder to the steel. After a moment, the door clicked open and a small pressure vortex flung the door open, sucking Nora and Alexander into the confined pressure tank. They closed the door as quickly as possible, each of them throwing their body weight against the rush of water trying to enter the dry chamber. With a collective shove, the door shut. Luckily, the seal was still intact from the inside, and Alexander was able to lock the door behind them. Still swimming in water, Nora made her way to the interior door that had a large window showing the inside of the base. She messed around with the buttons by the door until she found the drain feature. Within a few moments, the water level began to drop. Alexander, now standing on his own feet instead of swimming, took out his mouthpiece. "I can't say I've ever seen a robotic shark." "Me neither," Nora winked as the draining sequence finished. A disembodied robotic voice said over a speaker, "Please hold until all the water has left the chamber." Nora pulled out her knife, prepared to be greeted by dozens of guards ready to fight the intruders. Alexander followed suit and prepared for battle. "We have to be ready for a fight," Nora said, lifting her knife to a battle stance. Alexander smiled. "You know I'm always ready for that." Nora could see the fear under his smile. She could tell her son was afraid to not find the queen he felt responsible for losing. "We're going to find the queen," Nora said to her son, hoping to comfort him as they entered a potentially dangerous situation. From inside the chamber, the base looked high-tech. Pristine white metal walls with all of the wiring hidden. Nora couldn't help but wonder how long this place had been down here and who had the resources to build it. Of course, with the immense amount of wealthy geniuses at the annual tea party, almost any of the guests could have been part of the Queen's kidnapping. And so far, Nora didn't see a front-runner. Alexander took a deep breath as the chamber finished draining. "Should we have called for backup?" Nora laughed and shook her head. "Don't be silly, kid. Your mum is a martial arts master." A smile crept onto Alexander's face as his mum lifted her knife, ready to greet whatever might be waiting for them. Nora pushed the large red button by the pressurized door. They watched carefully as the door slid open, steam blowing off it as it swung open. Pushing through the steam, Nora was ready for an attack. But once the steam cleared, nothing was there. "They might be hoping to ambush us somewhere else," she said. Alexander nodded his agreement. The base was giving Nora a strange vibe. Something about this place was off. It was quiet. Even the sound of the machinery felt too muted. She looked around the hallway they had entered into. It was a nice base, strangely clean. A few red lights flashed overhead, alerting whoever was in charge of the base to a new entry. But it didn't seem like anyone had taken notice. "We should check the bridge. We can take over the base and figure out where the Queen is," Nora suggested. Alexander agreed, and the pair began to hesitantly wander down the strange empty halls. Nora couldn't help but feel like it was a trap. That somehow this wasn't what she was expecting. And she hated that her son was going to have to see it. As they walked, Alexander asked, "What if we're too late?" Nora shook her head. "No, they're here. They're just hiding." Though a part of her worried he was right, she knew the Queen must be here. Zach's tracking couldn't have been wrong. Before they knew it, they had walked to the center of the base without encountering another soul. "Here's the bridge," Nora said as she opened the door to the main command center. "Ready for anything," Alexander said with his weapon ready. Nora pushed the door open to reveal an empty command center. How could it be empty?
If there was anyone on this base, they would be here, monitoring who was coming and going. She shook her head in disbelief. Alexander wandered around the various command hubs, looking at the screens and displays across the bridge. He stopped at one screen and shook his head. All he could manage was, "They're gone." "But how is this possible?" Alexander asked. "How could this entire place be empty?" He kept calm, still ready for someone to pop out at any moment. "We need to stay vigilant, even if it seems empty," Nora warned Alexander. Alexander nodded and pulled out a gun from a secret holster in his pants. He was beginning to take after his mother, with secret weapons all over his body. "Put it away," Nora instructed. "But you said we need to stay ready. We don't know what's down here." "If you shoot through the wall, you'll cause a pressure change and this whole place will implode. No guns underwater." Alexander looked panicked. He hastily put the gun away like an embarrassed child caught with a toy he shouldn't have. Nora wasn't just incredibly knowledgeable, but quick. Even in completely new situations, she easily figured out the best plan of action and how to stay safe. "You should be able to fight without a gun anyway. You need all sorts of training." "I know," Alexander replied. "After the robotic shark outside, we need to consider that whoever made this base has incredible technological capabilities. They might have technology we've never encountered before. So even if this place is empty of other people, that doesn't mean it's without protection." Alexander nodded. "We should assume they are able to track our every move in here," Nora said softly. "A laser scanned us when we entered." "A laser scanned us? I didn't see any laser." "It was for a small fraction of a second, but I saw it and I felt the slight heat on my face." "But how did you—" "I know I've been relaxing the past few years, but your mother has more than a few tricks still up her sleeve," Nora said with a smirk. "Let's continue. We haven't gone that way yet." She motioned for Alexander to follow her. Nora led Alexander down a hallway. The whole place was shiny chrome. There was a faint, low hum going in and out like waves. Alexander reached out his hand to feel the sleek metal of the wall on his finger. Nora watched as Alexander's hand glided along the cool metal of the wall. Nora and Alexander turned a corner down the narrow chrome hallway. "How can this be?" Alexander asked, looking at the seamless wall. "How can this just be a dead end? Why would they even make this?" The corner of Nora's lips spasmed as her mouth turned into a smirk. "I'm going to let you figure this one out." "Time is of the essence, Mum," Alexander whined. He sounded just like a little kid begging for another treat from his mummy. Nora smiled. "Then you better get to work." Alexander groaned, frustrated by his mother playing childish games with him at such a time of crisis. "Maybe this was a decoy entrance, meant to trap intruders that try to sneak into their lair. We need to go out the way we came and find a new entrance." Alexander started to walk past Nora, but suddenly Nora grabbed Alexander on the arm. "What?" Alexander looked up at Nora. Nora, not wanting to give it all away, shook her head. She was going to let Alexander figure this one out on his own, but she wasn't going to go all the way back into freezing water just to prove a point to him. "Okay, so maybe there's no reason for them to build a back entrance that leads to nowhere. So then there has to be some sort of hidden doorway or passageway." Nora nodded at Alexander's deduction. "But how can I possibly find it?" Alexander said, arms crossed. "I've been looking at the walls. There's not a single seam or visual indication that there's any sort of hidden doorway." Alexander looked at Nora expectantly. She couldn't seriously be waiting for him to crack this on his own, could she? Nora shrugged. "Mum, the Queen's life is at risk. You need to find the doorway." Nora stared at him blankly.
come on," Alexander begged, getting angrier. This was just like his tantrums when he was younger. Nora almost found it cute. It made her miss when he was just a little boy. "Aw," Nora said involuntarily. That really set Andrew off. His eyes went wide. In an outburst of frustration, Alexander banged his fist against the wall. "Tell me what to do," Alexander demanded. His fist hitting the chrome made a peculiar banging sound. Nora smiled, raising her eyebrows. Alexander noticed the look on Nora's face. "Wait a second." Nora nodded. He was starting to get it. Alexander excitedly knocked again on the wall. He heard another peculiar bang echo through the hallway. Alexander quickly moved along the wall, knocking and listening carefully as the knocks changed ever so slightly. They walked back around the corner as Alexander knocked along the wall, the hallway echoing with the clatter. Alexander knocked once more and heard a very different sound. It sounded light and hollow. He jumped with excitement. He knocked again slightly next to it, just to confirm. The same light and hollow sound, different from the peculiar thud he was hearing before. "Here, here!" Alexander pointed excitedly at the wall. "There's some sort of doorway here, a path to another room." Alexander beamed with pride. He wouldn't admit it, but he was secretly happy that Nora let him figure this one out for himself. "You realize this was the spot you touched earlier?" Nora said. Alexander turned his head to the side, incredulous. How? How did you know?" "I heard it before when you touched it. Took you long enough to figure that out?" You just let me walk past this when you knew back then?" Nora smirked. "So now we know where the next room will be. But how do we get the door?" Nora asked, leaning nonchalantly against the wall. She was clearly going to let Alexander figure this one out himself as well. But this time, Alexander got to thinking without protest. He stared at the wall. He put his hands on it and slid them across, feeling for something. His eyes lit up as he felt something. "Now you finally feel it," Nora said. "I thought you would have noticed before, but apparently not." While it was completely invisible to the naked eye, Alexander felt a nearly imperceptible ridge where the door was. Alexander put 2 hands on the wall and pressed forward. The door popped in slightly with a click before pushing back out. Suddenly, a panel appeared on the door with brightly colored buttons. Alexander tried to pry the door open further, but it wouldn't budge. The door was locked. On the surface, the rest of the team stared into the water. They could no longer see any trace of Alexander or Nora. Only Princess Lucy stood alone, looking off into the distance. Princess Lucy was waiting for the two to find her mother's corpse. She was about ready to break down crying and never stop. But being a princess, she was always taught to keep her emotions as close to her chest as possible. Never let them see you struggle. Never let them see you cry. While Princess Lucy was on the verge of tears, everyone else was impatient, waiting for something to happen. Captain Morris stretched his arms and walked away from the edge of the boat. He heaved a great big sigh and took a seat. "No sense craning your neck all this time. You'll get a cramp," Captain Morris mused. The others joined him, walking away from the edge of the boat and taking a seat. Except Justin. He remained standing at the edge of the boat, watching every ripple in the water. "Even you will get cramp as well. Then you won't be useful when we actually need it," Captain Morris said. "I can take care of myself, thank you," Justin said coldly. Who did Captain Morris think he was, ordering Justin around like that? Without even looking up, Captain Morris sighed. "Suit yourself." "Something's happening down there," Justin said as he watched a few bubbles come to the surface. Olivia stood back up and joined Justin. How can you tell?
The surface is shaky.
It's the ocean. It's, always shaky, isn't it? Justin pointed at various ripples in the water.
Look there, you can see.
Olivia scratched her head, unable to understand what exactly Justin was seeing.
Those ripples are from underwater activity, not from the waves we've been seeing.
Justin explained, like it was as obvious as seeing a cloud in the sky. Olivia focused as hard as she could, but it all just looked like regular waves to her. I just don't see it. You sure have an eye for these things, Mr. Hunt.
It's quite difficult. Don't be hard on yourself.
Olivia went back to her seat, while Justin continued to try to read the patterns on the water to get a sense of what was going on below. Brenda approached Princess Lucy. Don't jump to any conclusions, Brenda said softly, not wanting to draw the attention of the others. Princess Lucy wouldn't look at her. She just continued staring out into the wide, dark sea.
It's a very hard lesson to learn. It's my job to figure things out, crack the case open. But sometimes you have to accept that you don't really know what happens in this crazy world until you do,
Brenda said. She scanned Lucy's face for some sort of reaction, but got none.
I've lost people too, you know,
Brenda said.
I've seen people go mad with it. The woman I call my mother now, the loss of her son just made her completely lose it. But you have to remember that's not what they would have wanted for you. They would want you to live a full life, to remember them dearly, of course, to hold them in your heart, but they want you to truly live.
What happened to not jumping to conclusions? Lucy whispered, barely audible. Brenda felt bad. This pep talk wasn't going well for her. Brenda was never good with emotions like that.
You're right,
Brenda said, patting Lucy on the back before walking away. These talks clearly weren't her strong suit. Brenda scratched her head, embarrassed to have done such a poor job at comforting Lucy.
Nice one.
Captain Morris chuckled softly as Brenda walked by. Brenda didn't even respond, just shook her head as she sat back down.
Something's happening,
Justin said, surprised.
We know you can read the ripples, they're moving underwater, big whoop,
Captain Morris said, wanting to just relax while he had the chance.
There's something else,
Justin replied, pointing into the waves. Olivia was the first to come stand by him and look. Oh no, is that blood? Olivia yelped. Her comment was enough to get the others, with Lucy, going over to Justin as well.
Oh my,
Professor Myers said quietly to himself.
That's odd,
Zach commented.
Justin, what do you think that stuff is?
Brenda asked, curious.
Darn it, I guess I'll have to come look too,
Captain Morris said with a groan as he stood up and walked over to the edge to join the others. They all looked into the water as a pool of murky, dark, nearly black substance rose to the surface.
It's not blood, it's too dark,
Justin responded.
And it seems too thick. Blood would be spreading out more in the water.
What is it then? Olivia asked.
Hard to say from here,
Justin replied.
But it does tell us one thing. What exactly is that?
Professor Myers asked, curious to what Justin had deduced from this.
There's something else down there with them,
Justin said. Something else down there? Do you think they're all right? Olivia asked, starting to get all worked up.
There's no sign of blood, we only have evidence of motion under the water and this inky black substance.
Could it be oil? Olivia asked, excited to contribute something.
It could be, but we don't know for sure,
Justin replied.
If it were oil, that would mean that there's some sort of machine down there.
The boat communicator beeped, coming to life. Everyone turned, stunned.
Come in. This is Nora. Come in. Everyone raced over to the communicator. Justin, of course, was the first to answer it. You've reached us. Justin speaking.
We're safe. We've reached some sort of underwater base.
An underwater base?
Zach yelped, excited. But it didn't show up on my radar. How is that possible? Brenda asked, incredulous.
They must have special technology, Captain Morris suggested. Surely the people capable of building an underwater base in the middle of the ocean are able to throw in some radar evasion technology.
Lucy turned around, her eyes wide. She raced over to the others.
Are you...
Justin started, before Lucy grabbed the communicator device from him. Have you found my mummy? Lucy asked, eyes filled with tears. We haven't located her yet, but we're sure she's in this base. Lucy sighed, like the weight of the world had been taken off of her for a moment, before the panic set back in. The Queen wasn't lying on the bottom of the sea, but she was still in danger. Everyone on the boat seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. We need your help, Alexander said. We need to crack a code.